Ah, okay. Munzel, okay. I don't know why I already don't have you.
Because I have a sound file and I can't send it.
Yesterday you put. Every day it's the same story. 25. No, it's not. We have 50 presentations. Zagreb. No, freedom that's just. This is Zagreb. Oh, this one. Okay. No, I like to
You had a
have.
very good mood today.
I have a long day. Yesterday I had other jobs, other happenings, but I like to have when it's possible. I like to have things in advance.
Can I just?
Yes.
I didn't think of it that way. I think for that.
It depends.
Don't copy everything.
Then you didn't have to insert it in the presentation. That's why. But we will now. We have. That's why I like to have it in advance because it's usually an user error because people.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we shall now see. Yes. No, it's not. It's not necessary. No, it's not necessary.
Not like I'm doing my first presentation there, you know. So.
Yeah, I do it every day. Just.
No, can you do the sound file? The next one. Yes,
Okay. Okay. See.
or can you actually try it out?
No. The end.
Oh, because it's not working then. Because I want to have it.
Yeah.
I just do this, blah, 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 and then I go.
Okay. And it depends. Did you?
Let me do what I oh, plenty. Now.
Okay, your profession will be waiting. It's in this. I will raise you. I will open up for you. As the past 2 days. Just we haven't got the rest of the presentations for the first one. That's the problem. Here's a USB. Please tell me. Vi ste mi koji god. Toga. Gdje ćete ići? Dobro. Gdje ste mi vi tu? Da li je prezentacija? Dobro, ajde će, ok. Dobro, brzo provjera, može. Evo. Sve imate i daljinski i sve kako god želite, možete i tamo. Sve vam je spojeno, možete i tamo. Može dalje. Your name, please. Ime. Vi ste mi kada, vi ste mi... Aha, vidim. Ok, PPT, Gladuk.
Yes.
Okay. Samo sekundicu, sad ćemo probati te stike i sve da vidimo ovo radi. Ali mi samo upozorite kad je...
Na kraju.
Jel sad ide... Ok, da li ide na next ili morate stisnuti?
Stisnuti.
Ovo ste tako podesni prezentaciju. Ok, stikićete u... Ja ću vam otvoriti, ali vapit ću bez toga. Tako svima radi. Yes, please. Second, yes, second, please. Who's that? Session 10. Okay. Which one is it? Okay. Dva. Aha. Mislite 4-3, 6-9, jel? Dobro. Samo. So this one I can delete. Yeah. This one I can delete because I have it before. Okay. Okay, and your first in session 10. Okay. Okay. Here you go, your USB. Yes, yesterday. Okay, yes, it's in here. You're in second, that institutions or cities, personality. Okay, community, here we go, just a second. Okay. Da. Vi ste mi tu, jel? Station 8 prvi, dobro. PPT Makedo ili... Taj vam je zadnji, da? Pa mislim tako piše podatku. To smo rekli, station 8 smo rekli, jel tako? Ajde, paraj. Sad ćemo staviti, znači iste kao prvi i stavit ćemo i vaše ime. Tako da ne bude zbrke, jer imamo 50 predavanja i sad ćemo otvoriti bez ovoga stika da vidimo sve radi. Kažete mi ako se prebrzo mi nešto. To je to u redu. Okay. Čebate, control C. Tri. Katastrofa. Katastrofa. Ne, opet treći dan za redom, isto stvar, sve mi dolazi u 5 minuta, 10 predavača. Dobro, to ima, samo sekundicu da provjerim, danas je to je 7, je li tako? 4 predavanja, da, sorry, gubim se, kad mi dođe 10 ljudi, ovo ne funkcionira, u 5 minuta da mi dođu ljudi, onda isprobavaju. Još imam i na mailu, a sve moram raditi. Drugi put ću vam dati upute kako šta je, ovom je... Ne. A opet po 5. A dobro. Rekao sam Petre da mi ne šalje, ovdje se moram logiravati, jer ovo nije moje računovo, nego javno računovo. A vidiš, ovo sad isto ja ne znam ko je, moram prvo otvoriti da vidim ko je šta je. Šakane, nadreza, ezoteri, i tako samo dobimo, turiš nekakve vezane mailove i onda moram tražiti, a imamo 50 predavanja. Šakane, nadreza, ezoteri, knjižnice, znači to su neki instrumenti. Valjda su instrumenti da vidim. Da i nisu. Ne, baš vam sljedeći put moram napisati to muziku. Gdje je šakan? Šta je to šakan? A? Gledajte. Jučer su bili instrumenti, ali ne vidim. Da, šakan je jučer bilo, zakaj to meni onda šalje, da, jučer je bilo šakan.
Je li ona to jučer i poslao? Ne jutro?
Ne, jutro se poslao, kako kući. Pa je tako imam 100 stvari, onda moram kući, abiram. Abiram je jučer bio. A da, jučer je bio. Ali gubim puno vremena da... I tako imam 15 na početku svakog dana. Uvijek bi trebali imati bar prvi blok spreman. A onda ovo lako mi utovarim. A ovo kad mi dođu ljudi pa jel radi, jel ne radi, gdje su oni ubacili. Zapravo dosta vas... Ma da. Ljudi ponekad, šta je najčešća greška? Oni ostave neki file, recimo u My Documents. I samo kao poveznicu naprave, ne?
I onda ne ide prebacite.
I onda im se površno zapamti poveznicu, to je najčešća, recimo, ili nešto, to su najčešće greške, ne? Ja sam onda lud, bez veze sam napet jer kad imam prvi blok, da imam barem prvi blok. Pa sad imamo već, sad smo već ok, sad sam uspio napuniti, ali znaš, ne treba biti panika, ujutro sve napadaju. Znaš, jer mi se stanu u redu njih 7 i svako bi probao, naravno, nešto ja razumijem, ali onda moraš čekat, reći da pričekaju i tako dalje.
A ruče pretpostavlja da isto nešto.
Danas je petak, znači Buzel je tu, prvi blok nam je tu, da, ok.
A od drugog kako je?
Od drugog bloka imamo dvije.
Ovoga ni nema, nego je umjesto njega
Freiberg.
ovaj. Kad moramo reći.
A dobro, ok.
Znači, dva i ostale. Pa ti neće da je...
Ega. Dobro. Dobro, ok. Dobro, kad smo ubacili, ali kažem, samo je stresni. A Petra je sad poslala predavanje od jučer. Dobro, spremni jesmo, ajde stavite.
Zato što je sad prebačen.
Ne, pa nije mi zaokružen, jer ga ja zaokružio. Mislim da je na subotu.
U 12. sesiji je li slučajno?
Ne. Ja si zakružen, sve kako da mogu odmah reagirati, da.
Okay. Thank you. Well, good morning. I think that we should start. It's time. Well, welcome to the seventh session of our symposium dedicated to personalities. In this session, we will have 4 papers. And the first paper is Anja Bunzel from Prague, Placing Oneself in Public Memory, Leopold von Sonnleitner's accounts of his families and friends' salons in the musikalische Skizzen aus Alpen. Anja, please, fine.
In his often cited musikalische Skizzen aus Alt-Wien, Leopold von Sonnleitner provided an overview of the most influential Viennese private and semi-private social gatherings he attended as a young man during the first decades of the 19th century. With regard to the purpose of his comprehensive description, he explained that he intended to illuminate the quiet endeavors of some private circles whose aims were to nourish ephemeral entertainment and to cultivate a certain taste. His accounts were published in 6 parts in Rezensionen und Mitteilungen über Theater und Musik during the early 1860s. They contain details on repertoire and performers involved in the selected circuits. These circuits include the homes of Josef Hochernagel and his daughter Katharina, Raphael Kiesewetter and his wife, Jakobine, Therese Paradies, Ignaz Rohrer, Georg Schall von Falkenhorst, Ignaz Schupanzig, and Leopold von Sonnleitner's parents, Ignaz and Anna Sonnleitner. The semi-private musikalische Übungen or musical exercises held at the Sonnleitners rested on a family commitment to nurture cross-regional musical sociability. In this paper, I explore the artistic opportunities offered by the Sonnleitners to local artists and family members who received less attention in the Viennese public, always with one eye to Leopold von Sonnleitner's published writings. I will shed light on performers and repertoire presented at the musikalische Übungen, focusing on the involvement of the Sonnleitners' extended family. By way of conclusion, I will argue that Sonnleitner used his musikalische Skizzen as an opportunity to showcase his own family's sociocultural responsibility and creative impact on Viennese culture during the 1810s and 1820s, and as a journalist and music historiographer in the 1860s. The Übungen attracted members of both the nobility and the intellectually engaged middle class, although the majority of the performers belonged to the latter group. While most of them were musical amateurs, the Sonnleitners also welcomed professional musicians to their gatherings. For instance, the pianists Leopoldine Blahetka, Katarina Szybini-Kozeluk, and Jan Václav Hugo-Wojciech, or the violinists Ignaz Schupanzig and Leopold Jansa. At the same time, some members of the Sonnleitners family performed at the Übungen. So besides Ignaz Sonnleitner himself, it was his sister Johanna Theser, his son also Ignaz, and his niece Marie Rizzi. The rich list of performers shows that the Sonnleitners were embedded firmly in the musical life of Vienna, and it also points to their input and integration within this web of contacts. So I'm aware that you can't probably read all of those names, and I can't give you more details on them for reasons of time, but I just wanted to show you this impressive list of names just so you get an impression of scope and numbers as well. So these are all the performers that have ever been tracked over the course of the whole happening of the salon. So it's not like all of them were there all the time. A similar endeavor to foster close personal links can be depicted in the choice of repertoire performed at the Sonnleitners Übungen. The repertoire was diverse and included a large range of instrumental music and vocal works, for both solo and ensemble. Among the most frequent genres are solo piano compositions, opera arias, vocal duets, trios and quartets, overtures, string quartets, choral works, and pieces for flute and violin. Here we also see that the total number of performed works decreased over the years. One of the main reasons for this development is the declining frequency of the gatherings, and another aspect was a change of taste and purpose. So from 1820 onwards, string quartets were the preferred genre to overture arrangements, and a similar process can be observed for vocal music. While at the beginning, the focus was on opera arias, lieder and other non-operatic genres were added later. The composers included in the Übungen can be loosely divided into 4 groups. First, such figures as Ludwig van Beethoven, Luigi Cherubini, and Gioacchino Rossini. So although originating in different time periods and following completely different styles, these were popular during the first half of the 19th century, and their works surfaced in many collections of salon hosts in Vienna, the wider Habsburg Empire, and beyond. And these are canonical today, more or less. Second, many composers are less known today, but their names appeared frequently in concert programs and critiques in public and private contexts of the time. So, for instance, János Fuss, Johann Nepomuk Hummel, and Andreas and Bernhard Romberg. Third, the Übungen offered an opportunity to virtuoso musicians to showcase their own original compositions, although their public recognition was focused on their skills as performers and/or pedagogues, as opposed to composition. So among these are, for instance, Mauro Giuliani, Leopold Jansa, and Josefa Müllner-Gollenhofer. Finally, members of the Sonnleitner's family had their amateur pieces performed as part of these events, and these include Marie Ricci and Christoph Ignaz and Leopold von Sonnleitner. So I'm going to focus on this latter or the last group now. So to give you some, examples, the summer gatherings included the 1815 summer gatherings included an unnamed quartet by Ignaz von Sonnleitner's already deceased father, Christoph, and the program leaflet of the Musikalische Übungen, dated the 5th of March, 1819, reveals Ignaz von Sonnleitner's niece, Marie Ricci, as a composer of the vocal quartet, Jesu mio bene, whose score, unfortunately, I haven't been able to locate so far. The quartet was performed by Eleonore Staudinger, Marie Mathilde Weiss, Josef Mosatti, and Ignaz Sonnleitner, thus pointing to a third layer of musical family relations. So one is the showcasing of family members as composers. The second one is showcasing of family members as performers. And then the third layer is the direct musical or mutual support of each other's works through performance by a family member. Ignaz von Sonnleitner also featured as a composer during the Übungen. His song Hoch lebe das Haus Österreich was performed on the 27th of October 1818 and again in the 1819-20 seasons. And his Jägers Abendlied was performed on the 15th of March 1818. The poem by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe was very popular at the time and was set to music, for instance, by Moritz von Dietrichstein, Nikolaus von Kruft, Leopold Lenz, and Franz Schubert. Through this song, Sonnleitner placed himself right among his peers as regards composition. Set in G minor, the piece features some vocal ornamentation and some relatively challenging semiquaver passages in the accompaniment, but it offers no further technical difficulty. So I'm still going to play it to you. It's not a professional recording. It's just a recording that was made specifically for the purpose of this conference. just so much to give you an impression of one of the songs Ignaz Sonnleithner wrote. Ignaz's son Leopold got to hear his own works performed a few times. The 1817-18 season included his fantasy for soprano with piano accompaniment, the Ahnung, an unspecified polonaise with orchestra, and 2 vocal quartets. The next season witnessed the performance of his cantata Hoffnung und Glaube. So, to conclude then, the musikalische Übungen did have an impact on the cultivation of taste. They set trends in creating balanced programs featuring established and emerging artists, and contributed to entertainment and communication processes inside the Sonnleithner's closer circle and in communities moving beyond their own flat and the borders of Vienna. Yet, one must not neglect the importance of self-representation within this context. Indeed, it is through this circle that friends and family members were able to articulate their interpersonal connections through music beyond the intimacy of their own diaries, correspondences, or sitting rooms. Leopold von Sonnleithner's desire to document these initiatives much later suggests at least that he wasn't entirely indifferent about his own and his family members' achievements as cultural protagonists. The section on Ignaz Sonnleithner's circle in the musikalische Skizzen was written by Wilhelm Böcking, though not by Leopold, as Ignaz's son, Leopold, according to the article, refused to write about his own family due to potential biases. However, as journalism research has shown, journalistic practice is always influenced by economic, institutional, editorial, and personal restrictions on account of news values, news factors, and expectations towards the readership, peers, and the author, him or herself. Therefore, Böcking's authorship instead of Sonnleithner's does by no means warrant a neutral description of events, if there exists such a thing at all. As an aside, Böcking was a longtime friend of the Sonnleithners and, as a violinist, also performed at their gatherings. So there's no way of him being in any way objective as regards these gatherings. Sonnleithner himself stated that he published his accounts in order to offer a counterbalance to the literature on Viennese concert life, and this may include, or may not, the public accounts of the musikalische Abendunterhaltungen, about which Andrea talked 2 days ago. However, I believe that Sonnleithner indeed also utilized them, that is his writings, in order to secure himself, his family, and his friends a place in the public memory of future generations. Through his writings, his own and his family members' private initiatives became public. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Anja, for your presentation. It was great. And now I'm opening discussion. Just a few questions, 1 or 2, because we don't have enough time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
I'm interested in your list of musicians. How much do you know about them? Were they professional musicians or dilettantes or friends? Do you know about them?
Are you referring to this long list of people? Yeah. I think it's a mixture of everything. So there's a lot of like amateur musicians, like friends or just locals. But I mean, to me, it seems that there was a lot of overlapping between the events organized by the Gesellschaft der Musikfreunde and then the musikalische Übungen. So it seems to me that all the like traveling professional artists that would have performed, for instance, at the Gesellschaftskonzerte or the Abendunterhaltungen would have for some reason also kind of stopped by at the musikalische Übungen. So I think there was a mixture, which isn't to say that any of the performers would have been like completely incapable of anything. Again, it's the 19th century understanding of amateur musician, which means that they could actually do everything and anything. But yeah, so it's I think a mixture of professional, as in, you know, making a living from music, professional and amateur, as in having different side jobs and actually doing this as a pastime. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Anja. I have a number of questions, but I will concentrate on a few ones. As on one specifically, we should also mention that the whole family was very involved in the Gesellschaft der Musikfreunde.
Mm.
You didn't mention Josef Sonnleitner. He was another brother, another son of Ignaz, and Josef and Ignaz were in the leading board. So they were really on the front of the Gesellschaft, and Josef was the one who had founding it. So they were very much involved in the Gesellschaft, and I was always astonished that they had this parallel events going on. But my question now is not why this happened, but my question is, were these events, these Übungen, private, semi-private, public? Come to the core of this.
A very good question. I mean, I've been thinking about this for like 2 years now. I mean, to me, they seem almost identical to the Abendunterhaltungen, in the sense that they had a ticketed system for people to get in, because there were just too many people who wanted to go in, so they had to have a ticket system. But the tickets or the whole idea of entrance didn't rely on like money or anything. It was solely based on friendship and, you know, personal introduction through the family, which is very Salon-esque in a sense. The repertoire, I think the only difference that I could find between the Abendunterhaltungen and the musikalische Übungen is that the musikalische Übungen, I think, include more family members in terms of repertoire.
Yeah.
So that would tell me that it was a little bit perhaps more intimate than, so I would lean towards the private or semi-private, certainly not public. But the question is, as you rightly say, whether private or semi-private. It wasn't, or these events weren't reported on in the press, as far as I know.
Exactly.
So there's one big difference there between what you introduced here 2 days ago and what I'm introducing now. At the same time, there are program leaves for both, for the Abendunterhaltungen and the musikalische Übungen. At first glance, they look the exact same because the same person wrote them. So like, I think a lot of the times when people talk about, like, you know, like Schubert's Erlkönig, for instance, they don't even know exactly what they have in front of them, if they have the program leave of the Abendunterhaltung or the musikalische Übung. But staying with Schubert's Erlkönig, I mean, as history goes, Schubert's Erlkönig was performed for the first time in public at the Abendunterhaltungen, whereas it was actually performed at the musikalische Übungen before, but then not in public. So it seems that the definition is that the Übungen are more private, which they probably are.
But also the Abendunterhaltungen, I would say, are more on the private side. So
Yes, but I would
them public.
think it's like a hierarchical thing where like the first the Gesellschaftskonzert and then the Abendunterhaltungen and then the Übungen in terms of like privacy. Or
But it was interesting what arguments you gave. You say ticketing, who is there with the program, how do they pronounce themselves, and so I think these are the arguments to think about what is public, what is private, and semi.
I'm not sure.
In between.
I don't know if we have time. I'm not sure about announcements. I think we have some
We
time.
don't have enough
Yeah,
time.
We don't have time. Well, anyway, we'll chat later.
Interesting enough.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. And now it's time for our another presenters. I would like to invite Lada Durakovic from Pula and Marijana Kokanovic Markovic from Novi Sad. They will present paper on the beautiful blue Adriatic, Ludwig Schlugel, conductor on the Naval Orchestra in Pula. Would you like to sit here? Thank you, Lana. Dobar dan svima. Naše izlaganje će biti na hrvatskom. Drago nam je da imamo priliku sudjelovati na simpoziju i govoriti o jednom kapelniku koji je ostavio snažan trag u glazbenom i društvenom životu Pule.
U drugoj polovini 19. stoljeća Pula se razvila u jedan od najvažnijih strateških i gospodarskih središta Austro-Ugarske monarhije. Zahvaljujući statusu glavne ratne luke, grad je bio temeljito moderniziran kako bi odgovorio na potrebe vojne i civilne administracije. U umjetničkom životu koji je bio u službi vojnog i političkog sustava, glazba je imala posebnu ulogu u velikoj mjeri zahvaljujući orkestru carske i kraljevske ratne mornarice, mornaričkom orkestru, čije je sjedište bio mornarički kasino, smješten u središtu grada. Bio je to veliki simfonijski orkestar koji je brojem članova i širokim repertoarnim dijapazonom predstavljao simbol kulturne moći monarhije. Uspješnosti i visokoj razini muziciranja mornaričkog orkestra u velikoj su mjeri doprinosili kapelnici, koji su bili ne samo vojni glazbeni profesionalci, već i ključni pokretači kulturnog života Austro-Ugarske Pule. Jedan među kapelnicima koji je značajno pridonio popularizaciji glazbe i stvaranju kulturnog identiteta grada, istovremeno osnažujući veze između vojne i civilne zajednice, bio je Ludwig Schlegel, koji je u Puli djelovao od 1891. do 1894. godine. Schlegel je na konzervatoriju u Pragu završio studij roga. Karijeru vojnog kapelnika započeo je 1879. u mađarskoj pješačkoj pukovniji broj 62, djelovao je zatim u donjeaustrijskoj pješačkoj pukovniji broj 49 u Salzburgu, te konačno 1889. preselio u Beč, gdje se proslavio svojim plesnim skladbama, ali i nastupajući s kapelom pješačke pukovnije broj 19, koju je vodio Alfons Dipulka. Kada je u Puli u listopadu 1891. godine iznenada preminuo kapelnik mornaričkog orkestra Karl Černi, Schlegel je odabran za njegovog nasljednika. U lokalnom listu Leko di Pola novi kapelnik predstavljen je kao, citiram, ugledan čovjek s reputacijom slavnog maestra. Na mjestu kapelnika mornaričkog orkestra Schlegel je ostao nešto više od 2 godine, sve do prerane smrti 1894. Tijekom boravka, pored uobičajenih dužnosti koje je obavljao kao kapelnik, dao je i značajan doprinos kulturnom i društvenom životu grada. Ravnao je orkestrom na raznim protokolarnim događanjima, na koncertima i balovima u mornaričkom kasinu, te u salonu i vrtu hotela Alla Città di Pola. Pripremao je nastupe sastavnice orkestra Puhačke gradske kapele za nedjeljne koncerte na Rivu. Sudjelovao je u glazbeno-scenskim izvedbama, u gradskom kazalištu Politeamići Skuti, s Pulskim mornaričkim orkestrom odlazio je i na gostovanja, a u Puli je napisao i neka od svojih poznatijih djela. U ovome ćemo izlaganju predstaviti nekoliko različitih aspekata Schlegelove plodne umjetničke djelatnosti u Puli kao rezultat zajedničkog istraživanja arhivske i novinske građe. Protokolarna su kulturna događanja u Austro-Ugarskoj monarhiji bila od izuzetne važnosti jer su služila ne samo kao platforma za umjetnički izraz, već i kao alat za jačanje političkih i društvenih veza unutar carstva i sa susjednim državama. U gradovima poput Pule, koji su imali strateški i vojni značaj, ovakvim se događanjima često obilježavao dolazak važnih uzvanika, uključujući članove carske obitelji, aristokraciju i visoke vojne časnike. Takvi susreti bili su prilika za potvrdu prestiža i moći, a kulturni programi stvarali su atmosferu svečanosti, sofisticiranosti u skladu s političkom hijerarhijom i diplomatskim protokolom tog vremena. Mornarički orkestar pod Schlegelovim vodstvom priređivao protokolarne koncerte i balove zatvorenog tipa u sali i vrtu mornaričkog kasina, na slici, također, ovisno o prigodi, ponekad su takva događanja organizirana i na otvorenom, čemu je bio prilagođen i repertoar. Mornarički orkestar svirao je i na protokolarnim promenadnim koncertima na otvorenom, na gradskim ulicama, trgovima i parkovima. Takvi su protokolarni nastupi zabilježeni u kolovozu 1892. i 1893. u čast Carevog rođendana, kada je mornarička glazba svirala na glavnim gradskim ulicama, prethodno odsviravši himnu na glavnom trgu na forumu. Prvi angažman mornaričkog orkestra pod Schlegelovim vodstvom na takvim događanjima održan je odmah po preuzimanju kapelničke dužnosti. U prosincu 1891. kada je u Pulu doputovao nadvojvoda Karlo Stjepan. Tom je prilikom održan svečani koncert u mornaričkom kasinu. Zabilježen je veliki odaziv uglednih uzvanika, među kojima su bili kontradmiral Maksimilijan von Pittner sa suprugom, viceadmiral barun Hermann von Paun, gradonačelnik Lodovico Rizzi i mnogi drugi. Pod ravnanjem novoga maestra, mornarički orkestar izazvao, citiram, burne i snažne aplauze za besprijekornu i vrhunsku izvedbu orkestralnih koncertnih skladbi. Na ovoj idućoj fotografiji možete vidjeti mornarički orkestar koji izvodi svoj repertoar na Danteovom trgu i na Pulskom forumu. Za važne prigode Schlegel je pisao namjenske skladbe, tako je u travnju 1892. mornarički orkestar održao veliki koncert u Marine Kasinu u čast sudionika regate Jachtgeschwader K&K. Carski kraljevski jaht odred osnovan je 1891. godine u Puli. Pokrovitelj mu je bio car Franz Josef I. Bio je to elitni klub na čijem je čelu bio nadvojvoda Franz Ferdinand. Među članovima su se nalazili i pripadnici kraljevskih i plemičkih obitelji, admirali, ratne mornarice i visoki državni službenici. Za taj veliki koncert, njima u čast, Schlegel je skladao valcer pod naslovom Na lijepom plavom Jadranu, opus 99. To je djelo kasnije isticano kao konkurentsko Straussovom valceru Na lijepom plavom Dunavu. Valcer je polučio, citiram, izuzetan uspjeh zbog uočene originalnosti i inspiracije, te ga je u lipnju 1893. tiskala tršćanska izdavačka kuća Carl Schmidt. Mornarički orkestar u punom sastavu često muzicirao u hotelu Krivi, jednom od najstarijih pulskih hotela, kojeg je u lipnju 1893. preuzeo novi vlasnik, iskusni ugostitelj Luigi di Barbora, i preimenovao ga u hotel alla Città di Pola, a otvaranje je inaugurirano upravo velikim koncertom mornaričkog orkestra. Mjesec dana kasnije Di Barbora je otvorio i obnovljeni restoran u istom hotelu. Tom prilikom je ponovno angažirao mornarički orkestar, čiju je izvedbu fragmenata iz Maskanjeve opere Cavalleria Rusticana, Bizeove Carmen i potpurija iz operete Der Vogelhändler Karla Cellera brojna publika ispratila srdačnim aplauzom. Od tada je orkestar pod vodstvom Schlegela počeo redovito održavati svojevrsne Tafelmusik koncerte nedjeljom, koje je posjećivala brojna publika, ne samo zbog ugodne glazbe, već i zbog izvrsne kuhinje i pomno odabranih pića.
U novembru 1893. godine Luigi di Barbora je organizovao svečani humanitarni koncert mornaričkog orkestra u salonu hotela Anasita di Pola. Čiji je prihod bio namenjen penzijskom fondu carskih i kraljevskih kapelnika, njihovih udovica i siročadi. U najavi koncerta istaknuto je dirigentsko umeće Ludviga Schlegela, a posebno izbor repertoara koji je nadmašio uobičajene programske okvire vojnog orkestara. Pročitati jedan odlomak štampe. Moramo iskreno reći da je maestro Ludwig Schlegel izvanredno talentiran i neumoran, te nastoji orkestar mornarice povesti širokim putem ljepote, bez isključivosti. Naime, u njegovim glazbenim programima nalazimo imena poput Beethovena, Mozarta, Webera, Wagnera, uz one Zvareljana, Kavala, Verioma, Skanje, Verdija, Rostinja i Donizetije. Večerašnji program je pomno odabran i istodobno osebujan zbog svoje raznolikosti, nesklon zamaranju publike, zbog čega se nadamo da ćemo se večeras sjajno zabaviti i čuti savršenu izvedbu kakvu nam može pružiti izvrsni mornarički orkestar. Inače, ovaj koncert je završen maršem Niklaja Onšer, opus 105, Schlegelovim, a u članku je posebno istaknuto izvođenje fantazije iz opere Kornel šut Antonija Zmarelje, što je bilo negdje i očekivano s obzirom da je publika pažljivo pratila rad svog sugrađanina. Fantaziju je prema temama iz Zmareljinog dela komponovao Schlegel. Inače, ova opera premijerno izvedena u Pragu u maju 1893. godine, a već u novembru Schlegel je u Puli izveo svoju fantaziju na teme iz ove opere. Zanimljivo je da će promociju stvaralaštva Antonija Zmarelje nastaviti i sljedeći kapelnik mornaričkog orkestra Franz Lehar, a pored saradnje na polju muzike, Zmarelju i Lehara je povezivalo i iskreno prijateljstvo. Tokom čitavog razdoblja službovanja u Puli, Schlegel je sarađivao i sa gradskim pozorištem, Politeamom Cisputi, koje u to vrijeme nije imalo vlastiti orkestar, već su pretežno gostovale operske trupe koje su angažovali različitim impresariji. Odmah po Schlegelovom dolasku, mornarički orkestar bio je angažovan u operskoj sezoni u izvođenju Maskanjeve opere Kavalerija Rustikana. U štampi je zabeleženo da je orkestar sastavljen od 60 profesionalnih muzičara, kojim je ovom prilikom dirigovao maestro Simone Bernardi, zvučao bolje nego ikada do tada. Također je zabeleženo da je u ovom periodu mornarički orkestar bio angažovan i prilikom izvođenja Donizetijeve opere Marija di Rohan 1893. godine. Pored toga, mornarički orkestar je u Politeami Cisputi održavao i prigodne božićne koncerte humanitarnog karaktera, kao i balove i karnevalske svečanosti. Schlegel je slavu mornaričkog orkestra pronosio i izvan Pule i njegova kapelnička delatnost u ovom gradu obeležena je sa 2 značajna gostovanja, oba iz 1892. godine, dakle prvo su bili u Beču, a potom u Genovi. Pod Schlegelovim vođstvom mornarički orkestar je od 1. do 15. juna 1892. godine nastupao u Beču na međunarodnoj izložbi muzike i pozorišta. Njegov dolazak mornaričkim orkestrom s radošću je najavljen u bečkoj štampi s uverenjem da će to biti trijumf austrijske vojne muzike. Bečkama je Schlegel bio poznat budući da je on na poziciju mornaričkog kapelnika u Puli došao upravo iz Beča, da je već bio poznat zbog svojih plesnih kompozicija. Dnevna štampa je zabeležila da je na koncertu sviralo 60 muzičara, te da su nastupali na otvorenom u izložbenom parku, gdje ih je publika ispratila srdačnim aplauzom. Mornarički orkestar je svirao na Cvetnoj promenadi zajedno s kapelama pešačkih pukovnija broj 4 i 84, kojima su rukovodili njihovi kapelnici, a ugledni bečki umetnici Karl Michael Cirev i Karel Homzak. Iste godine, dakle od juna do novembra u Genovi, rodnom mestu Kristofora Kolumba, održana je italijansko-američka izložba kojom je obeleženo 400 godina od otkrića Amerike. Postavljena na esplanadi Bizanja, privukla je više od 800.000 posetilaca. U luci su se okupili brodovi glavnih pomorskih sila, a za Genovu je krenula i pomorska jedinica iz Pule. Tačnije 3 oklopna ratna broda Štefanija, Rudolf i Franz Josef pod vođstvom kontradmirala barona Špauna. Sa njima je naravno u Genovu krenuo i mornarički orkestar zajedno sa svojim kapelnikom Schlegelom, koji je za ovu priliku osmislio muzički program pod nazivom Muzički put oko svijeta, slike muzičkih stromova, i ovaj program je bio svojevrsna muzička promenada od Pule preko Turske, Egipta, Persije, Kine, Severne Amerike, da ne nabrajam sada sve zemlje, dakle sve do ratne luke Genova, dakle do krajnjih odredišta. Putovanje je bilo praćeno muzikom iz tih zemalja, izvođeni su razni marševi, na primjer Perziša marš opus 289 Johana Straussa mlađeg plesovima, također Straussov Walter Nozve Bilda opus 390 narodnim i patriotskim pesmama, na primjer Jenki Dudl, ali i simfonijskim kompozicijama i delovima iz opera. U ovoj svojevrsnoj muzički potpori Schlegel je uvrstio i svoju kompoziciju Walter Andersenen Blauen Adria. Na putu su proveli više od mjesec dana jer su novine 24. septembra izvestile o njihovom povratku. Schlegelovu bogatu umetničku delatnost u Puli naglo je prekinula smrt. Preminuo je od tifusa 15. januara 1894. godine i u štampi je povodom njegove smrti istaknut njegov izuzetan doprinos kvalitetu muziciranja mornaričkog orkestra, ali i kulturnom životu grada kroz organizovanje brojnih koncerata. Nakon smrti na mestu kapelnika slavnog mornaričkog orkestra nasledio ga je Franz Lehar. Šlegel je sahranjen na Pulskom mornaričkom groblju i na fotografiji možete vidjeti u kakvom stanju danas je njegova grobnica. Autorka fotografije desno je Lada, a fotografija sa leve strane preuzeta je iz knjige Lira Fontanke, a Geschichte der Kammerine Musik und ihrer Kapellmeister, Ruleja i Winklera. Prošle godine navršilo se 130 godina od smrti Ludviga Šlegela i mi se nadamo da će ovo istraživanje koje je još uvek u toku, kao i koncert koji planiramo da organizujemo u Puli sa delima kapelnika mornaričkog orkestra koja su komponovana u Puli, naravno biti naš mali doprinos reafirmaciji stvaralaštva zaboravljenih kapelnika mornaričkog orkestra. I kao kratku ilustraciju poslušat ćemo deo valcera An der schönen blauen Adria u izvođenju Elde Kreisler Fersen. Hvala vam. Hvala. Hvala lijepo. Sada je vrijeme za pitanja, discussion time. Ali pošto sam ja moderatorka, koristit ću tu prednost, pa ću samo da pitam ili u suštini sam znatiželjna. Znam da ste prije 4 do 5 godina, mislim, je tako, objavili knjigu vezano za Franza Lehara i njegovu djelatnost u Puli. Pa me sad samo interesuje da li je ovaj papir na neki način, odnosno tekst, povezan sa tom knjigom ili nagovještava nešto novo? Da li postoji neka konekcija između te knjige i ovoga što se sada?
Nagovještava našu novu knjigu koju pišemo i koja bi trebala biti završena za godinu i pol, a tematizirat će se rad svih kapelnika mornaričkog orkestra, bilo je isto dani. I eto, nadamo se da ćemo uspjeti dovesti taj projekt do kraja. Da.
Dakle, znači da sam bila u pravu. Dobro. Još pitanja? Another questions? Profesor?
Koliko je dugo djelovao taj mornarički orkestar? Kad je osnovan točno?
Djelovao je do kraja Prvog svjetskog rata. I u tih, znači, recimo 60 godina je orkestar vodilo 11 različitih kapelnika i svi su se bavili skladateljskim radom i svi su, osim zadnjeg, Teodora Kristofa, pisali svoja djela i u Puli. Tako da imamo jedan sad već dosta velik fundus tih skladbi i nadamo se da ćemo ih uspjeti i da ćemo uspjeti organizirati koncert orkestra na kojem će se izvoditi djela kapelnika.
Ovaj put će biti neka duga ratna mornarica, čiji će orkestar to izvesti.
Ne, mi nemamo nažalost u Puli orkestar, imamo komorni orkestar koji je sastavljen od glazbenika iz cijele Istre i uspjeli smo sad dobiti neka sredstva i do kraja ove godine bismo trebali nekih 7 ili 8 skladbi kapelnika staviti na program tog orkestra.
Možda bi trebali doći u dodir sa kolegom iz Bukurešta. Nikolajom Georgicem. On ima projekt izdavanja glazbe 19. stoljeća, lakšega žanra kao takvog, pa jedna recimo kolekcija, jedna zbirka svih tih kapelničkih uradaka koji su se tamo, mislim da bi bila, razgovarajte sa kolegom. Ok?
Hvala na ovoj ideji, to je nešto slično kao na Balkanu.
Samo kratki komentar. 852. je provedena velika reforma vojne glazbe, pa moguće da je početak djelovanja orkestra nešto sitno raniji od 60-ih, ako nemate točnu godinu.
Zna kolega Slavicki, one informacije koje mi za sad imamo je da je taj mornarički orkestar papirnato djelovao u Puli, ali zapravo bio stacioniran u Trstu. I vodio ga je kapelnik Zavrtal.
Já imám takovou malou vyležku. My jsme si písali, kada je došel ovaj orchestr iz Trsta u Pulu. I ovu dokumentaci imamo sačuvanu u Pragu, u Immanuel kapelničara Zavrtala. I sigurno je to u godine 62. On nije chtěl, ale trebal je ići iz Trsta i Pulu se svojom kapelom. Takže trebamo prečítati puno korespondence u Purentu i pokon mi nabavimo dobru chronologiju.
Hvala lijepo. Thank you very much. And now it's time. Okay. Now it's time for our third paper and presenter from Sarajevo, my dear colleague Fatima Hadžić. She will say something about from private to public initiative, the case study of Bogomir Kačarovski collection Ukol. Thank you very much, dear colleague. Due to the limited time for the presentation, I will omit a great part of the introduction with biographical and historical data and proceed to the main subject, that is the case publication initiative of Kačarovski collection of Bosnian songs Ukolo, arranged for piano. Since historical context is really important to understand this subject, I will read only few historical facts. Bosnia fell under Austro-Hungarian rule in 1878, when at the Berlin Congress, major European powers intervened and decided that Bosnia under Ottoman Empire would be occupied and governed by Austro-Hungary. The occupation was beginning of the well-conceived policy of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, in whose plans Bosnia had an important place as a wealthy source of natural resources, but also strategically important area in its foreign policy. Bogomir Kačarovski, cellist, music teacher and composer, is one of many musicians of Czech origin who worked in Bosnia and Herzegovina during Austro-Hungarian period. He worked in Sarajevo for less than 2 decades, from 1898 to 1916, as a teacher, choir master, and cellist. During that time, he published several collections of arrangements of Bosnian folk songs in the style of salon music. This presentation focuses on the process of publishing the collection Ukolo based on archival material in order to shed light on the connection between a composer and the institution of government. There are 2 main researches about Kačarovski: the study of Zdravko Verunica about his composing style, and Milorad Milić's study about his melographic work. In his paper entitled Sarajevo Period of Bogomir Kačarovski, Bosnian musicologist Milorad Milić notes that the collection Ukolo, unlike other collections, was published without a year of publication and without the name of the publisher. So he hypothetically concludes that the collection is a project without commercial purpose.
The collection, says Milic, is a collective presentation of Kačarovski melographical activity that has a subtextual motive behind which stands the Austro-Hungarian government in Bosnia. Given that the title page of the score has the subtitle Bosnian folk songs in Cyrillic and Latin, but also in German and French, this should be, according Milic, another proof of the successful culture carrier mission of the Austro-Hungarian authorities in Bosnia, which supports efforts to preserve the cultural treasures of Bosnia, including its music, in addition to everything that seems to be bringing this retarded country closer to European culture. Milic concludes rather ironically. Milic insightfully draws hypothetical conclusion that Kačarovski probably did not have the means to publish the collection himself. His publisher had no commercial interest, so the collection was published with the subsidy of a third party, in this case, the Austro-Hungarian government in Bosnia. On the other hand, the government had its own publishing policies. The archival documentation, in which the musicologist Milic had no insight into, reveals the background of the publication process. In the fund of the provincial government for 1919, in the archives of Bosnia and Herzegovina, there is a file entitled Report on the Circulation and Distribution of the Collection of Folk Songs from Bosnia and Herzegovina, arranged by Bogomir Kačarovski. The creator of the documentation is the government of Treasury in Sarajevo, and the file contains the documentation from 1908 to 1990. In the continuation, I will reconstruct the process of publishing according to the aforementioned documentation. In a petition addressed to the Highland government, Kačarovski requested, since he himself did not have financial resources, that the government take over the new musical work Ukolo with an appropriate fee and print it in its own edition. Kačarovski states that the collection includes 2 volumes with 50 songs, each mostly unknown and unpublished. The volumes were written for piano with inserted text in an easier style, so that beginners can also use it. The work is intended for students, for solo singing and choral singing, and it is also usable in violin lessons, which Kačarovski himself had already practiced at his classes. Kačarovski believes that there is a shortage of this kind of literature and that the publication could be profitable. He states, I also take the liberty of mentioning that the matter is not the least bit risky because these volumes, I hope, will quickly become popular in the Balkans, especially since our first critic, Professor Franjo Kuhać, expressed the most flattering public opinion about my work. The recommendation for printing was given by Georg Bujka, the director of the teacher training school in Sarajevo. In a letter directed to the state government, Bujka stated that this initiative is very welcome. He says, considering the popularity of folk tunes and the fact that concerts are held everywhere, especially in the provinces where lighter works are preferred in terms of participating musicians, there is no doubt that the collection, if printed and made available to a wider audience, would sell well, especially since it could also be used in girls' secondary schools and teacher training schools. After the government received the offer from the printing house, Isidor Benko, the civil adlatus for Bosnia and Herzegovina, prepared detailed report to the Ministry of Finance in Vienna. Benko gave a recommendation for the printing of the collection. This 3-page report is an important document that testifies not only to the way this musical work was printed, but also to the Austro-Hungarian cultural policy in Bosnia and Herzegovina in general. Adlatus Benko spoke very fondly of the collection, which was supposed to fill a gap when it came to literature of this type. He states that the singing lessons in various educational institutions it is recommended to primarily cultivate folk songs because folklore motifs have a special importance in singing lessons, given that the musical sense of the local population is in most cases still poorly developed. So, singing lessons can only be successful if they are based on folk motifs to which the ear and mind of the young are more receptive. He points out that the text of certain songs, which the composer considered valuable for his collection, cannot be used in classes due to their erotic content, especially not in lower and middle grades, and suggests that the melodies be accompanied by other texts that are more suitable for the youth. He emphasizes the undeniable artistic value, both for the folk songs, many of which have not yet been published, and for their very successful harmonization. Adla Tuzbenko proposed that the collection be published by an official publisher and that Kačerovský be awarded a fee in the amount of 800 crowns. The answer from Stefan Burjan von Rajec, Joint Minister of Finance from Vienna, was affirmative, with the condition that 16 songs be removed from the collection. The explanation which he gave was that the songs are partly unsuitable for schools in terms of content and partly due to the melody. Kačerovský agreed to omit the above-mentioned songs from the collection and gave up on the original idea of 2 volumes with 50 songs each. The published edition counts 84 songs. Although the documentation does not contain information about when the collection was printed, it could be assumed that it was printed either at the end of 1909 or, more likely, at the beginning of 1910. To the conclusion. The intention of this case study was to indicate the relationship between a composer and government institutions by examining a primarily private initiative such as finding a publisher and the process of publishing a musical work. However, the previously mentioned documentation also sheds light on other relations. For example, the character and the goal of the cultural policy of the Austro-Hungarian administration in Bosnia and Herzegovina, which can be read as a subtext in the relevant documentation. The cultural policy of the Austro-Hungarian government was based on the creation of a new European Bosnia, and especially Sarajevo as its administrative center, which was to be a shining example of the success of the Habsburg administration. The reform of the Austro-Hungarian civilizing mission also concerned education, an important tool in the hands of the government that initiated the work of a large number of primary and secondary schools. Furthermore, the school system was reformed with the aim of adapting it to European standards. Music was also incorporated into the mandatory subjects. A particular problem was the lack of textbook literature, and Kačerovský initiative is considered a way to elevate this problem, which is emphasized both in his petition and in the report of the civil Adla Tuzbenko. The fact that Kačerovský was the teacher of a school founded by the Austro-Hungarian government was an important factor. As a regular participant in numerous events in honor of His Majesty the Emperor and King Franz Joseph I, Kačerovský stood out as loyal to the monarchy, so he was eligible for the Austro-Hungarian administration. With regard to use in teaching, a kind of censorship is also carried out. Therefore, Kačerovský agreed to omit 16 songs that, as stated, were inappropriate for use in teaching due to their erotic content. Although it cannot be read in the documentation, it is very likely that several songs were unacceptable due to their political context, which one might say is completely understandable given the Austro-Hungarian policy of censorship and control over religious and nationalist literature. At the same time, it is not clear who and how carried out the censorship and who is the one behind the assessment of the work, which is said to be of undeniable artistic value. The nature of Austro-Hungarian cultural policy in Bosnia and Herzegovina is revealed in the apparently harmless statement of civilian Adlatus Benko, who, emphasizing the usefulness of the collection of folk songs and teaching, states that the musical sense of the local population is still poorly developed in most cases. He also states that the performance of artistic composition are not suitable for the melodic sense of the local population, even if they are very simple. These and similar statements are in full accordance with the character of cultural projects of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which are characterized by the civilizing mission, presenting the empire as the bringer of order and progress, but also assuming its Central European cultural model as superior to the existing culture, which is again in line with the cultural policies of the colonial powers from the late 19th and early 20th century. Thank you.
Thank you very much for great presentation and your report to present us one of the main characters of the musical life of Sarajevo in 19th century, because Bogomir Kačarovski was one of the main Czech musicians that were active in those days, besides Franjo Mačejovski and Julius Vučić. And maybe questions? Yeah.
Two small questions. The first one, did Kačarovski collect himself everything what was published, or did he use maybe also Kukač's collection and some other collections?
Musicologist Milic wrote about that. Yes, he collected everything by himself, but only in urban areas. So Milic have negative opinion about his melographic work, positive opinion about his compositions, but his melographic work is based on his hearing only in Sarajevo, which is from the ethnomusicologist's perspective, not good position. Maybe in cafes or something, and cafes are not a good contest to hear good folk songs.
Thanks. The second one, have these omitted songs out of the collection have been preserved somewhere, or just the titles?
I haven't found.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Fatima. Wonderful paper. I just had one question, which has to do with your conclusions, which I found very interesting. Namely, that if I understand you properly, part of the motivation in supporting this publication was to promote a kind of imperial sense of well-being and good government in Bosnia-Herzegovina. And I just wondered about your opinion of that, because in other parts of Europe, the publication of folk song was generally meant not to promote a sense of imperial unity, but to promote a sense of cultural nationalism. I think that that's a fairly common occurrence. So does it strike you as unusual or significant that in this case, folk music was being published to promote kind of imperial unity of some kind?
Yes, but there is another context of Austro-Hungarian policy in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Bosnia-Herzegovina is very complicated. It is consisted of three constitutional people, and at that time, their policy was to create a new ideology, Bosnian ideology, and it didn't work. And this kind of publication, there is a subtitle Bosnian, something like that, it is created by the publisher. I didn't have time to speak about it, maybe in printed version of this paper. Kačerovski's original title is Ukolo, Serbian, Bosnian, Muslims, and Croatian songs. And publisher didn't take that title, and it is and given this Bosnian name. And it is part of that Austro-Hungarian policy in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but it didn't work.
Yes, and I would like also to say something about civilizing mission and Kačerovski's title. There was an idea about folklore of Bosnia and Herzegovina, because for Austro-Hungary, we actually were exotic country in sense of folklore. So Kačerovski with government wanted, to put our tradition on the concert stage. Yeah. And that is also was the idea of collections like this one. Also, he tried something several years ago, I think in 1907, where he published Bosnian Savdalinkas. He actually did the same thing. He took our traditional urban songs and arranged it for voice and piano, and they were performed on the concert stage for the first time, because before that, Savdalinkas always were performed, in Ala Turka cafes or in Bosnian homes. And that also could be, connection with civilizing mission to promote Bosnian tradition and to show that monarchy is that one who will, show Bosnia and Herzegovina to the world rest.
Yes, and you can see here, maybe you cannot, in his letter to government, the title of this work is different. The title is Serbian, Muslim, and Croatian songs, but the publisher wanted to see Bosnian in the title. And it was in accordance with that general politics of the time.
Okay, thank you very much. And now it's time for our presenter from Modena, Riccardo Castagnetti, and title Anna Campori Segisi and the Private Tuition in Modena in the first half of the 19th century.
Thank you. Between the 18th and 19th centuries, the practice of fine arts and music was a key component of female education in Italian aristocratic and upper-class bourgeois circles. These skills, though not intended for professional use, were valued as signs of refinement and social grace, so long as they conformed to gender and class expectations. Traditional activities such as knitting, sewing, and embroidery remained central throughout the 19th century, reinforcing the divide between male and female curricula. Alongside these so-called women's arts, upper-class girls typically studied French, singing, and a musical instrument, abilities considered essential for participating in salon life and upper-class social interactions. The fear that any form of female expression extending beyond the private sphere might disrupt the social norms and challenge established gender hierarchies was a recurring theme in contemporary pedagogical discourse. This concern is clearly articulated in one of the most widely read texts on female education, Degli studi delle donne by Caterina Franceschi Ferrucci, published in 1854. There, the author writes, quote, "I disapprove of anyone who makes his daughter, as he has now said, an artist. I praise, however, those relatives who educate their daughters in music, provided that they never devote too much time to it, nor make ambitious display of their knowledge. Nevertheless, the technical and artistic level achieved by many young women were often remarkable. The pictorial and musical materials preserved at the Galleria and Biblioteca Estense in Modena offer a valuable insight into the artistic education and personal expression of Anna Campori Seghizzi. Born into one of Modena's most distinguished noble families, she was raised in an environment rich in artistic exposure. Given this background, it is not surprised that Anna Campori cultivated an interest in painting and music as part of her cultural upbringing. More significant, however, is the way she understood and engaged with these disciplines. Although her training in both fields followed the expected trajectory of an aristocratic woman, the quality and autonomy of her work invite a reconsideration of the boundaries between amateur practice and artistic agency. This paper investigates the meaning attributed to women's artistic education within the aristocratic and upper bourgeois contexts during the long 19th century, examining the complexities of female creativity at the intersection of private and public spheres through the lens of Anna Campori's life. Anna Campori's artistic output consists of 37 small works in the technique of miniature painting on ivory. These virtuosic pieces attest to her high level of technical skill and to a broad cultural education rooted in literature and fine arts. In addition to the miniatures on mythological, allegorical, and historical subjects, the collection notably includes 4 self-portraits. In these paintings, Anna is easily identifiable by recurring features: a chignon with curls falling at the side of her face, a simple white dress, and a red shawl. Through these works, the painter visually chronicles different stages of her life, from childhood to maturity, creating a kind of painted autobiography. In the first self-portrait, the portrait of a young woman, we see Anna Campori depicted in a fully neoclassical style, in half figure, wearing an empire waist dress set against a background of verdant nature, while she smiles gently and gazes serenely at the viewer. In the kneeling female figure, a much bolder and more personal miniature than the previous one, Anna portrays herself in her mid-teens, shown in full figure and intent on carving her monogram AC into the trunk of a tree before which she kneels. Her soft white robe slips from her right shoulder, revealing it, while the red shawl falls freely over her body rather than being neatly arranged. Anna does not direct her gaze toward the viewer, but instead focuses on the act she is performing, an act that expresses a desire to leave a trace of herself. This painting, marked by a strong emotional tone, brings the subjective dimension to the forefront and evokes features characteristic of Romanticism. Nature is no longer a display of harmonious and reassuring qualities of nature. Instead, nature appears wild, untamed, and pervaded by a subtle restlessness. The landscape, no longer relegated to a decorative background, becomes the stage for an inner dialectic, animated by the search for unity between spirit and nature, a quest at the heart of artistic inquiry. From this interior space, rendered as a dreamlike wandering, emerges the tension between her individual self and the socially prescribed role to which she was bound. The next self-portrait, entitled simply Self-Portrait, once again conformed to the neoclassical style. Anna depicts herself in early adulthood. The vegetation in the background retains a romantic, naturalistic inspiration, but the figure's composure is the same as in Portrait of a Young Woman. Compared to the earlier work, however, while maintaining the simplicity of the representational layout, this portrait accentuates the subject's aristocratic awareness, evident in both posture and expression. Her face is marked by a barely perceptible smile, and their deep black eyes are subtly veiled by a note of melancholy. The dynamic of desire that characterizes kneeling female figure is entirely absent here, as is the inner dimension of the representation, which appears almost completely reabsorbed into the exterior form of the social self. The last miniature I will discuss is Self-Portrait with Daughter, likely the last self-portrait by Anna Campori, in which her other passion, music, intersects with painting. But before turning to an analysis of this work, however, it is necessary to first consider Anna Campori's musical studies. In the context of women's education in aristocratic circles between the 18th and 19th century, the combination of drawing and painting with music was not uncommon. In this regard, Anna Campori is not an exception, but rather a confirmation of a frequently observed pedagogical pairing. However, due to the frequent lack of direct documentation, it is often difficult to reconstruct the content and methods of music instruction in private, individualized settings. Thanks to several autograph manuscripts preserved in the Estense Library in Modena, it is possible to formulate some hypotheses about Anna Campori's musical education. These documents are primarily teaching materials written for her by Michele Fusco, a Neapolitan musician active in Modena from the early 19th century as a composer, conductor, and music teacher. These manuscripts allow us to trace the key aspects of Fusco's pedagogical approach, and they also provide insight into the level of competence expected of Campori in both instrumental and vocal performance. The earliest manuscript, entitled Principi di intavolatura con suonatine, is devoted to keyboard technique and contains 4 short progressive pieces. The first 3 are technical exercises, and the final is a short composition in ternary form. The skills and refinement Anna Campori achieved at the keyboard can be inferred from the score of Fusco's Sinfonia per pianoforte, the only non-didactic piece dedicated to the noble pupil, which requires a solid technical and expressive command of the instrument. The most relevant document for understanding Anna Campori's musical training is, however, an autographed collection of solfeggi dedicated to her by Fusco in 1811. Its contents suggest that the 30-year-old noblewoman had already received basic musical instruction. The collection lacks the preliminary exercises typical of solfeggio pedagogy, such as scales and sequences of melodic movements. In the first 13 solfeggi, Fusco provides only the melodic line, while in the last 4, it also includes a written bass part. This structure reflects a learning approach consistent with the pedagogical model of the Neapolitan Conservatory, in which the student first learns to sing with the accompaniment provided by the teacher, and later sings the melody while playing the accompaniment himself. Within Campori's educational journey, learning to sing and play the piano can be seen as a prerequisite for performing the chamber vocal repertoire that was widespread in the 19th century, comprising canzonettas, romances, and aria, largely intended for performance in the salon settings and for domestic enjoyment. And now the last self-portrait. The depiction of the familiar dimension of musical practice appears in Anna Campori's final self-portrait miniature, Self-Portrait with Daughter. This painting is closely related to kneeling female figure, with which it shares several features. The choice of a full figure representation, the inclusion of a contextualizing rather than merely decorative background, and above all, the intimate, personal character of the portrait. In both miniatures, Campori does not depict herself in a static pose, but in the act of performing an action. In the former, a graphic gesture, in the latter, a musical one. In both portraits, moreover, the artist signs herself, either by tracing the monogram of her name or by inscribing her initials. The settings of the two works, however, are significantly different. While kneeling female figure is set outdoors in a natural landscape, self-portrait with daughter takes place not indoor in a domestic space. Anna Campori is seated with her daughter Giulia on her left, holding her close with her left arm, while her right hand gently touches the keys of a small fortepiano in front of them. Both are dressed in simple garments in soft tones. The little girl, like her mother, turns her gaze toward the viewer. A red shawl hangs from the back of the chair, trailing to the floor. Beneath the chair lies a small bouquet of roses, the only natural element. Giulia, who may have presented the flowers as a gift after her mother's performance, still holds one in her hand. On the front panel of the instrument, Anna's married initial ACS are clearly visible. Sorry, clearly, these miniatures are really tiny, so you have to believe me. There's written ACS on the front panel of the instrument. A basket full of music beneath the piano reinforces the significance of musical practice within the portrait. Music is not a secondary detail, but a central element in interpreting the painting. On the music stand lies an open score. Beneath was lightly sketched staves. One can read these words. Always with you I will stay, starò sempre con te. This is no mere casual quotation. It is taken from the duet Quel Sepolcro, which features in the third scene of the first act of Ferdinand Speyer's opera Agnese, a work that celebrates filial love. A heavy blue drape entirely covers the background, giving the scene a theatrical quality. This element appears to be an explicit allusion to the chambre bleue of the Marquise de Rambouillet, a 17th century precursor of the salon tradition. The 19th century salon has been described as the nucleus of a civilizing process for the emerging Italian bourgeoisie. In Modena, as in other Italian cities, this liminal space between the private and public spheres functioned as a cultural laboratory, with music playing a central role in shaping elite cultural and political identity. Unlike formal academies, salons were distinctive in being frequently led by women. These salonières were not merely hostesses, but curators of musical taste, interlocutors of intellectuals, and patrons of emerging artists. Their leadership in these informal spaces of sociability established a trans-regional pattern of female cultural agency across Italy. From this perspective, the self-portrait with daughter is more than a depiction of maternal affection. It offers a visual representation of a generational passage of testimony, focusing on the daughter's social and cultural formation, situated within the social dynamic of the upper-class salon. This last miniature then brings together the various facets of Anna Campori's complex identity: the artist, the musician, the affectionate mother, and the refined, cultured salon hostess. In this light, kneeling female figure takes on a complementary significance. While that work explores the relationship between the inner self and nature, Self-Portrait with Daughter expresses selfhood within the domestic sphere. With this shift, Anna Campori distances herself from the romantic stereotype of the dreamy, introspective maiden and embraces a form of artistic expression rooted in the family environment and the cultivated war of the aristocratic salon. In conclusion, for Anna Campori, both the graphic and musical gestures served as an instrument of self-analysis and self-representation. She cannot then be defined merely as an amateur or a domesticated artist who had mastered technique out of obligation or social convention. Rather, she succeeded in channeling her creative impulse within the constraints to which she was bound. Painting and music became the means through which she gave form to her inner self and word, imbuing it with both meaning and aesthetic value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Time is running out, so please, if you have just a few short questions for Ricardo. Yes, please.
Hi, thank you very much. Could you go back to the image before, the slide before with the painting? I wonder, why does she place the bunch of flowers underneath her chair? Do you like, what's the whole idea of the flowers having it like underneath the chair?
I don't know exactly which was the meaning intended. I think that it conveys a more casual tone to the picture, like a realistic representation of something that really happened. So that the daughter bringing her flower, maybe a clumsy making the flower falling on the floor. I don't know. Yeah.
Right. Okay. I was wondering if it was a thing about marriage and like, but that's going too far, I think.
Yeah, anyway. No, but of course it's the only natural element. The nature goes on the floor. I think it's less relevant now because the space is the house now, it's the salon. But I really don't focus on this aspect.
That's all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Other questions? No. We are finished, and now it's time for refreshment. Thank you very much.
Sad ćemo vidjeti. Stratiko.
Ne. To je prvi broj
Aha, Musin.
19. I to je drugi simpozij Bezić.
To smo rekli, to je danas. To nam je u session 9. Dobro.
9 druga.
Sad ćemo, evo.
Kaj se s tom
Dobro, možemo i provjeriti. Nije ni tak ni velika, 50 megabajta.
Da.
Koliko vidim sve radi.
Pa ne, ali slala je preko WeTransfera.
A da, okej, da, nije za mail možda. Nama je server jedno 25 megabajta ograničen.
Da.
Evo, stikić vraćam. Imamo još nešto možda? Dobro, nije. Samo ovo krenemo ovaj prvi blok. Ovo su i pauze i sve, nije problem.
We have to take a picture for the web.
Is this one yours? Okay, you can check it if you want.
So this little thing brings it, it's this thing here, is it? Brings it up and down.
Many options. You can do
I can do this, yeah. Oh, that's, no, this is perfect. This is perfect. No,
There's the mouse and the.
yeah, no, I don't even need any of that. Once it comes up, that's brilliant. So,
Maybe see what works for you.
oh yeah, no, that's simply perfect. Thank you. It's very simple actually for me. That's great. No, that's absolutely fantastic. That's perfect for me. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Throster, violin makers, okay. Nine. Your third. Okay, let's check it out without USB. See if everything works. Tell me if I'm too fast.
Okay. Može?
There you go. You don't have to show it, that's it. Yeah. Molim? Samo da vidim kad je čebotak. Mislim sam skinuo, da. Koja je to sesija? Koja? Koja je to, 10 ili 11? 10, da, mislim da je tu, samo sekundu. Tu ti je sve, inače, evo da, tu je čebotak.
Dobro, sad vam je ovaj drugi poslao PDF, dakle za ovu sekciju.
Da, imamo 2 PDF. Znači, sad smo rekli PDF, da, imamo. Župančić imamo, ona je dala još u prvi dan i Santoro, da. Valjda je PDF Santoro nešto ko na Disbiju poslo. Ja sam skinuo ko PDF, jer je nešto online.
On je rekli samo jednu sliku, tako da što god da je...
Jedna slika, pa nije. Jedna slika kad je... Kad ćeš vidjeti. Viš da ima... Koliko ima to slajdova? 48 slajdova ima.
PDF knjige Santoro.
Ima 48 slajdova,
A
mislim.
hoće pokazati samo naslovnicu.
Pa ne znam.
Da.
Sad ja ne znam, da kažem, to je nešto kao bilo online, kod naš Disney, nešto u tom stilu. To gospođa kraj vas? Ok, onda... Valenti, your... Aha, Sandra... Aha, not, sorry. Aha, Chloe. Yeah, there's the last one.
Je, sve smo riješili. Da. Nisam ja jutros nisam znala da će taj Italijan biti uvijek ovdje drugog Italijana. Nije mi rekla.
Okay, your last name is already here. This is your now.
Pitala pa smo se u međuvremenu.
Okay, and now we should try it without USB, okay? So if everything works. Okay.
Bye. Duše.
Okay. Okay, that's perfect. No, I'm happy with this. That's great. As long as I know how to start it, then that's great. No problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Imamo koji. Čekaj, ovo nije on sad postavio pravu prezentaciju. Ovo nije prava prezentacija. Treba nam Maja Milošević. Isuse, ja sjela.
Hello, how are you? I am indeed. Oh, how are you? Yeah. Um, oh, I'm the University College, Business College, University College. And by the way, I heard you had a really, I was supposed to be sharing, I did share the session that you program. Or you were, are you today? Oh, great. I'm so glad about that. And you. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Is tell me roughly about that part? Like this definitely was the main person. It must have been printed and like what was the topic? Or do you have? Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. That's a third. Fine. Sounds like a great people. Yeah. I don't know who or and is he still in Dublin or no, he's back with you in Iceland, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I see, okay. Just bring that. I think that is extraordinary. Normally, I make a connection and say, oh, I know you, but I don't know. I'm wondering, did he go to any of our conferences or meetings or? Oh, specialized in person. Oh, person. Then it might have been Martin Adams, who is a personal scholar who definitely was teaching in Trinity. I think it sounds like Martin Adams to me. And he was in Trinity, and he's a person. Must have been Martin. Yeah, definitely. Once you told me personal, I thought, wait, Wiedemeyer, I'm thinking, gee, I wonder who supervised that. Trinity. Personal. Personal makes complete sense. Yeah. That'll be solved that. But I look forward to talking to you later and to hearing your paper tomorrow. Oh, no, I'm just about to start this thing. Yeah, sure. Watch where the clips are, huh? chairing my session, I wonder. Perfect. No, this is perfect. Absolutely perfect. Thank you. Hmm? Oh, yes, let's do it because it's just 11 now. Just past 11. That's my water.
It is.
Yes?
I don't have to bring you.
No, I have it already. Bien préparé.
Hello, everybody. It is my pleasure to present our third speaker, keynote address of this conference, Professor Harry White. Sir,
Thank you.
the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Stanislav. And I would like to thank most ardently Petra Babic, Vera Katalinic, and Stanislav Tuksar as the begetters of this conference in collaboration with many other colleagues for this wonderful invitation. I think everybody will agree, a conference that is gathering in incremental interest from one paper to the next is really extraordinary. My paper, as you can see, is called The Sense of an Ending, Vienna in the Age of Anxiety. And quite a few people have asked me over the last couple of days, what anxiety exactly is that? And I think that initially I first mean the anxiety that obtained in Vienna itself in the first decades of the 20th century, particularly in the wake of musical modernism. But I also mean anxiety in the current climate of a sort of Anglo-American cultural discourse, which regards the very music that we are studying with a degree of hostility, not to say defensiveness, and also with a degree of indifference. I was just last night, I'm sure many people here were at the magnificent concert given by students of the Music Academy, and I had this overwhelming sense of the music that we are interested in being absolutely carefully and expertly received and understood by those students. But unfortunately, elsewhere, one finds a degree, as I said, of indifference, which sometimes attains to comical heights. So years ago, I remember reading in an exam script, somebody wrote, Arnold Schoenberg, Alban Berg, and Anton Webern were all members of the second Vietnamese school. Vietnamese and Viennese just being synonyms for somewhere far away and of not great significance to the Anglo-American domain. Although Vienna defines and embodies, although Vienna defines and embodies the concept of bourgeois musical culture in the long 19th century, its own history, both before and after this period, should not be overlooked in any comprehensive assessment of its socio-musical significance in the development of this culture. As the site of an unsurpassed musical absolutism in the late 17th and early 18th centuries, and also as the seedbed of musical modernism in the period 1880 to 1920, Vienna was to prove both formative and exemplary. Thus, it is possible to establish a broader perspective than the long 19th century itself affords, from which to judge those elements of public and private ownership, artistic autonomy, bourgeois reception, and generic development, through which Vienna achieved its reputation as the foremost Stadt der Musik in Europe between the reign of Joseph II and the end of the Great War in 1918. In this address, I shall enlist this broader perspective in order to argue that both the hermetic condition of music, as Thomas Hochradner has defined it at the imperial court in early 18th century Vienna, and the restive repudiation of bourgeois musical culture, which animated Schoenberg and his disciples in the opening decades of the 20th century, allow us to deepen our understanding of Viennese musical ascendancy throughout the long 19th century. George Steiner famously described Vienna as, quote, the capital of the age of anxiety, unquote, a designation which takes account of Mahler, Freud, Kafka, Schoenberg, Webern, Karl Kraus, and of course Adolf Hitler within the city's environs in the early 1900s. But in the present moment, as I've mentioned a moment ago, our anxieties lie elsewhere. In our day, moreover, Vienna has long since lost its creative preeminence, but it has not surrendered its bourgeois powers of assimilation. On the contrary, the city is now the global capital of a museum culture that virtually defines the status of art music as a bourgeois refuge from the turmoil of the present day. In that capacity, Vienna preserves and animates a nostalgia for the absolute, which promotes the sense of an ending, widely, one might say infamously, proclaimed by the avatars of contemporary Anglo-American musicological discourse. In the words of Richard Taruskin, to cite the #1 postulate of his History of Western Music, quote, the literate tradition of Western art music is coherent, at least insofar as it has a completed shape. Its beginnings are known and explicable, and its end is now foreseeable and also explicable, unquote. However much we might dispute this prophecy, or more prosaically, this sense of an ending, the influence of Vienna on both the development and decline of bourgeois musical thought remains decisive. The private to public trajectory mapped by this very conference is a definitively Viennese phenomenon. And so too is the public to private movement of the spirit, which was to define the growth of musical modernism in its aftermath. One might argue that the entire apparatus of bourgeois musical culture was both constructed and dismantled in the imperial city. Within this apparatus, a term that for me signifies the entire gamut of bourgeois musical infrastructures cultivated by Vienna and swiftly emulated elsewhere, including orchestras, public subscription concerts, musical societies, choral associations, domestic salons, professional models of music education, and so on, there is one constituent which I would like to privilege in the course of this paper. This constituent can be identified as the agency, consolidation, and decline of instrumental genres in Viennese musical life throughout the long 19th century. The binding force of such genres in the development of music as a public utterance and ultimately as a fulcrum of crisis, most obviously in the enterprises of the Second Viennese School, may be unmistakable, but it receives less attention than it deserves. The coherence and intelligibility of genre as a medium of public musical discourse, as a universal principle of musical utterance, not only in Vienna, but throughout Europe, is the neglected genius and unifying principle of bourgeois musical culture. This ascent to generic universals presupposes a history of genre that remains unwritten. The subsequent disavowal of these universals in Vienna at the turn of the 19th century into the 20th is part of that history. The authority of genre, the jurisdiction of genre, and the dissolution of genre is thereby the vital narrative that I shall briefly inspect today. So, the authority of genre. Writing about Johann Josef Fuchs's position as Kapellmeister to the imperial court in Vienna in the first decades of the 18th century, Thomas Hochradner remarks that, quote, up there, it should be remembered that the so-called imperial style defined itself through the specific performance context of the court, the attempt at creating a hermetic situation in which the library of the imperial court chapel was fenced off as an exquisite repertoire only available to itself, makes it clear that neither individual works nor local performance paradigms could serve as examples elsewhere. It can thus be said that stylistic categorization in music represented no more, but also no less, than a kind of scaffolding of ideas in the background, which, in the case of music for the church, as it was actually produced, was subsumed by the rules of liturgical procedure. Subservience to all this points to the concept of musical servitude, which puts the composer in the position of a servant of dynastic claims, claims which were backed by the contention that the emperor wore his crown by the grace of God. The genres cultivated by the imperial court were thereby contained by the prior authority of a monarchical and ecclesiastical belief system that prescribed down to the smallest detail the sounding forms of this authority. This partly explains why certain subgeneric models, such as the Da Capo aria, obtained with such undeviating consistency in Vienna within both sacred and secular genres. But following Hochradner, what I would prefer to emphasize in this context is the absolute complicity between liturgical servitude, imperial propaganda, and musical production that took clear precedence over the individual musical work as an autonomous entity. Under Charles VI and his immediate predecessors, generic intransigence was hardwired, deeply embedded, if you will, within the corporate enterprise of the imperial music chapel itself. The Hofmusikkapelle in Vienna was a sublime noise factory, at least to judge by its industrial prowess in supplying music for the imperial service, and not an artist's colony. The sounds it produced could pass seamlessly into the archive or be reimagined at will. This means, in turn, that the composers engaged by the Capella subscribed to a universalist and composite principle of culture in which individualism of any kind was of far less account than what one historian of German church music described as, quote, a kind of liturgical musical Gesamtkunstwerk, in which the doctrinal terminus of rationale and compositional technique all but subsumed the individual musical imagination. Nevertheless, it is the generic authority cultivated and largely safeguarded by this cultural principle to which I would draw your attention this morning. Generic prototypes in Western art music are doubtless an expression of the social consensus that allows them to flourish or even to survive, and comparatively speaking at least, they were to become much fewer in number during the Enlightenment and for most of the 19th and 20th centuries. In the early 18th century, by contrast, generic models proliferated because of the intimacy between liturgical text and musical composition. In Vienna, certainly, both the ordinary and proper of the Roman Mass and the Holy Office resulted in a host of associated musico-liturgical genres, most of which were to fade after 1789. To take just one example, consider the many hundreds, if not thousands, of settings of the ordinary of the Mass made in Vienna alone before 1750, by contrast with the severe depletion of this genre after the French Revolution and the secularization of Europe. In 18th century Vienna, at least before 1750, the generic status and circulation of the Mass were paramount. Indeed, I would argue that the Mass, again as a public musical genre, enjoyed a degree of circulation within the privileged domain of the imperial court and its environs that compares with the generic staying power of public genres in Vienna immediately before and after the Napoleonic Wars, most obviously the symphony and the concerto. The generic behavior of music in Vienna before and after 1750, in other words, is closely related to the private-public trajectory explored so variously in our proceedings this week. If we allow that the imperial court and its chapel continued to play a significant role in the musical life of Vienna right through to the first decades of the 19th century, we must nevertheless distinguish between the assiduous cultivation of vocal genres before 1750 and the rise of instrumental genres thereafter. We must also concede the significance of this difference in social and even political terms. Notwithstanding Vienna's vital dependence on Italian musical savoir-faire throughout the Baroque period, the hermetic condition of court life under Charles VI, together with the religious extremism he promoted throughout his reign, meant that certain Italian instrumental genres were all but completely disdained in Vienna during the first half of the 18th century. Neither the concerto grosso nor the solo concerto were cultivated there. Keyboard music and orchestral suites fared somewhat better, but the preponderant emphasis on vocal genres reflects precisely that liturgical governance which informed the court's musical culture at every turn. When this governance receded, the generic behavior of music changed accordingly. The jurisdiction of genre. By the close of the 18th century, so much had changed in Vienna's musical stratosphere that we might be forgiven for overlooking genre as an abiding force in the creation and circulation of music, most notably in the public domain. The increasing autonomy of musical works, the emancipation of individual composers from the servitude of religious and imperial absolutism, and perhaps above all, the cult of originality which attached to Mozart, Haydn, and Beethoven, might suggest that generic adherences were of little account in the new force field of artistic personality. Ernst Ludwig Gerber's essay on Viennese music in 1796, published in 1812, sets the characteristic tone in its insistence on originality as the key word in assessing the genius of these composers. Gerber ranked Haydn as inimitable, Mozart as immortal, and Beethoven as a composer whose individuality is so complete that it suits him alone and can find favor in no one else. But these encomia eclipse the formidable jurisdiction exerted by generic prototypes and structural adherences, which continue to obtain, often with uncanny exactitude, in Viennese music deep into the 19th century. The case of Beethoven is especially germane to this observation. It is difficult not to concede that his music problematized the validity of genre to an acute degree. 9 symphonies, 16 string quartets, 32 piano sonatas. In each generic instance, one surely notices that the numerical purchase is a drastic reduction by comparison with that of his immediate forebears, most obviously Haydn, whereas the expressive scope and formal proportions of Beethoven's sonatas, symphonies, and string quartets are augmented, one might say, to the point of nervous collapse. It is for this reason that the anxiety of his influence haunted Austro-German music for decades afterwards. Something similar, if less extreme, could be said of his 5 piano concertos, at least 3 of which appear to hinge upon the premise that conventional episodes within the structural design are reimagined to such a strikingly original degree as to become definitive of that genre's expressive capacity. But this consideration remains strictly relative. In such episodes, Beethoven constantly subverts and yet submits to the jurisdiction of received generic models. These models or forms are thereby a guarantor of intelligibility between the musical work and those who listen to it. The balance between the composer's imaginative daring and his generic allegiances is thereby preserved. Beethoven's allegiance to the concerto as a self-standing musical work is no less an allegiance to the concerto as a generic model of public accountability. However intimately his own performance practice, indeed his own abiding ambitions as a virtuoso, neighbored his practice as a composer, this remained the case. Beethoven increased the paradigmatic force of the concerto through the individual signatures of his own musical imagination. Whether you are listening to Beethoven's 3rd piano concerto, opus 37 in C minor, for the 1st or the 50th time, these reliances remain in play. They remain indispensable to the work's intelligibility of discourse. In that respect, at least, a work such as opus 37 does not oppose the new bourgeois order, however remorselessly alienated and obscure Beethoven's later compositions may appear to be in the light of later commentary, in this case Edward Said. We can make a similar argument even when the late Beethoven is enlisted as a precursor of musical modernism, an insistence which originates with Adorno. But the circulation of Beethoven's music throughout the 19th century relied precisely on those generic and structural adherences to which his music diverged. His symphonic adherences, especially in the matter of tonal design, thematic grouping, and progressive teleology, would continue to exert pressure on the Austro-German musical imagination for over half a century. Just think of that. As late as Bruckner, these adherences remain clearly audible. The distress of genre. Thus far, my argument has been that the growth and exponential circulation of music within the public sphere in Vienna in the long 19th century depended on the fundamental authority and intelligibility of genre as an indispensable interface between the composer and his or her audience. I have also argued that this authority derives in turn from the stability of generic models either invented or adopted in Vienna in the pre-bourgeois circumstances of the early 18th century. But the decline of those models as a regulating force in the city's prolific musical estate also affords a perspective from which to judge and better understand generic integrity as an essential ingredient of Vienna's exceptionally creative success in the domain of instrumental music. Consider just one historical extrapolation of this decline in relation to Anton Weber. Quotation. It's from Karl Dahlhaus. Webern's procedure in writing his 4 pieces for violin and piano, Opus 7, seemingly a peripheral experiment, had a historical significance which no one was able to perceive in 1910. It meant nothing less than that the aesthetic, compositional, and technical basis of musical genres, and not only of musical genres, but of the concept of genres taken as a whole, had begun to crumble. In Webern's music, there is no typical connection between form and scoring which corresponds to a genre norm, but a special individual nexus rooted in the unrepeatable character of the single piece. Both the forms and the scoring pursue a path towards individualization, the extreme consequence of which is the abolition of musical genre. Even if we set aside the incongruity which arises when a composer engages with the apparatus of tonal genres in a defiantly non-tonal or atonal context, parenthetically, I would ask in what sense does a symphony or a concerto retain its meaning when these genres have been divested of their fundamentally tonal systems of narrative? To the historical phenomenon identified here by Dahlhaus remains of account. The mere experience of listening to Webern's Opus 7 entails a denial of those generic reliances of tonality and formal structure by which Beethoven's music attains to intelligibility. The erasure of this general syntax in favor of the unrepeatable character of the single piece is thereby a disavowal of musical memory. One may conceivably remember the Webern by listening to it repeatedly, but one cannot learn its syntactical relationship to Beethoven's sonatas for violin and piano, for example, because no such relationship arises. In this specific sense, there is nothing, in fact, to remember. Webern's fragmentary textures, however arresting and original, not only suppress the binary operation of generic precedent and unique individuation through which Beethoven communicates his own originality of discourse, they also deliberately suspend what may be described as the false consciousness of musical time. In this enterprise, generic norms are indeed abolished. The fragments that remain, as in Webern's Opus 7, are a deliberate negation, not only of narrative, but of human agency and the vitally contingent autonomy of the musical work. In their concentrated and abrupt discontinuities, the authority of the composer recedes in favor of nuclear shards that could have been written yesterday afternoon. It is not necessary to disparage Webern, certain of his works haunt my own musical imagination, in order to distinguish between music which draws sharply away from the public condition and meaning of genre and the orbit of tonal syntax, and music which declares its generic intelligibility against the modernist aesthetic of negation and introspection. 1910, the year in which Webern's Opus 7 was composed, witnessed the premiere of Ray Vaughan Williams' Sea Symphony, Gustav Mahler's Symphony of 1000, Edward Elgar's Violin Concerto, and Igor Stravinsky's The Firebird, to name just four works whose presence within the Western canon has not faltered since these compositions were first heard 115 years ago in Leeds, Munich, London, and Paris. The imperatives of Austro-German modernism, apostrophed by Schoenberg's dictum that there was no turning back from the emancipation of the dissonance, doubtless created a crisis of such magnitude that it remains unresolved to the present moment. But one byproduct of this crisis was to throw the serene affordances of generic intelligibility into sharper relief. The piano concerto, to nominate one genre already touched upon here, did not relapse in the aftermath of German disengagement and despair. Is there even one German piano concerto in the repertory after Brahms? Its center of gravity moved to Russia instead. Vienna in the Age of Anxiety, approaching the end. From Waterloo to the Somme, Vienna gave to Western culture an unparalleled vindication of instrumental genres, and in particular the concerto and symphony, as the supreme exemplars of public musical discourse. When that vindication faltered, as it surely did in the tumult of messianic compulsion and revolutionary politics that animated the city in the first decades of the 20th century, it stranded bourgeois musical culture on the shores of its own success. The founding of the Gesellschaft der Musikfreunde in 1812 and of the Verein für musikalische Privatkulturen in 1918, Society for Private Performance of Music, marked the boundaries, the beginning and end, as it were, of this long summer. The winter of discontent that was to follow would remainder the whole creative enterprise of Viennese music, from Mozart to Mahler, as a comfort zone in the age of anxiety, and ultimately as the refuge of a museum culture against the tide of political barbarism and collapse. In these circumstances, the explicit repudiation of tonality and its generic affordances as an illicit or false musical consciousness entailed a disastrous rift between public consensus and private impulse, which could not be breached. To judge by the furtive, not to say hostile demeanor of the Society for Private Musical Performances, which forbade entry to critics at its concerts, prohibited applause or any kind of comment in their immediate aftermath, and deliberately cultivated an underground culture of musical composition, the contrast between creative individualism and public assimilation, which for so long had distinguished Viennese musical life, was gone forever. New music, once the mainstay of Viennese bourgeois culture, became an occasion instead of jeering savagery or rearguard protest. In these circumstances, Webern's fragile musical state seems to me of greater significance than that of the other members of the Second Viennese School. This is because his music throws into relief not only the communal assent and fertile genius of tonal genre as an agent of musical culture, but at least in retrospect, its extravagant confluence of diction. Webern's spare texture and laconic brevity of length are sometimes compared to those of Samuel Beckett, not least on account of Beckett's decisive repudiation of James Joyce's verbal excess. But such works as the four pieces for violin and piano or the Chamber Symphony of Opus 21 also seem to dream of what they leave behind in their gnomic quest for purity of musical utterance. It is in this sense that it remains legitimate to speak of Webern's own nostalgia for the absolute, to say little of his increasingly distasteful politics during the Second War. Everyone now knows that Webern's music became the watchword for both European and North American modernism in the years following his death. And there can be no doubt that the fugitive privacies of his own musical discourse were implicitly understood as a critique of the bourgeois musical culture he appeared to disown. But in our age of anxiety, which is to say 80 years after the end of the Second World War, almost to the day, this critique of Viennese music from within the folds of its own inception hardly seems to matter. Western art music has been in the dock for so long now, reconfigured as an icon of elitism, colonialism, and sheer bad faith, that to defend or even to enjoy its astonishments has come to seem like an indispensable pleasure, except, of course, under the rubric of historical investigations of the kind in which we are embarked this week. In Central Europe, this kind of guilt may transpire as nothing more than high-handed Anglo-American nonsense, and with every good reason. But for good or ill, the recessionary impulses of contemporary art music itself remain on the side of the second and not the first Viennese school. Tom Stoppard's play, Leopoldstadt, which tells the story of a Jewish middle-class family in Vienna between 1899 and 1955, opened in London in 2020 and in New York in 2022. Towards the end of the play, one of the characters, Nathan, in his early 30s, has returned to Vienna 10 years after the war to visit from New York. A friend asks him if he will resettle there. This is his reply. Who can say? Austria is officially innocent. The ecstatic multitudes who welcomed Hitler, innocent victims. Half the camp guards were Austrians, innocent victims. State treaty suits everybody. Austria is now in the front line of the Cold War, so American dollars have kept us afloat. Daimler has coffee and cakes again. Fidelio will be the first performance in the new opera house conducted by an ex-Nazi. Anti-Semitism is a political fact. It's a bit soon for it to be a party platform, but when it is, there'll be Austrians to vote for it. I cannot help wondering how those lines would be received in the present political climate, a mere 5 years after they were first heard on the stage, and specifically in the context of the war in Gaza. In other words, this very quotation has changed by virtue of the political history that has intervened in the meantime. But for our purposes, what I would gently underline is the complicity Stoppard associates between the revival of Beethoven opera and the complacency and self-exoneration of post-war Vienna. This complacency, alas, gives new meaning to the recovery of bourgeois musical culture, somehow as a willful suppression of reality. In that sense, it is part and parcel of the music's cultural history. But so too is its formative and humane genius, and in particular its generic reliances, which undoubtedly belong to the history of ideas which this conference seeks to understand. Thank you very much.
Well, it is not easy to continue after this wonderful and so inspiring paper. Thank you very much, Professor White. It was really, really wonderful. Well, before opening our next session, I have just a brief note for participants, or all of you who will join us tomorrow on the trip to Trakošan Castle. Some of you asked me yesterday about payment for the excursion. Please feel free to find me during the breaks, and I will help you about the payment. Well, I'm opening now our 8th session, Cities 2. We have two little changes. Our colleague Christian Martinez Vega is not here today, but he sent us his paper, so I will read it for you. And also colleague Marco Beghelli wasn't able to be with us also, but instead of him, the third speaker will be Mr. Luigi Casolini. So Maya is already here. Our colleague, Lorenzo Santoro, excuse me. So Maya is already here, our first speaker. She will present us her paper, Bourgeois Music Culture at the Town of Hvar in the long 19th century, the Maciedo Family Archive as a source for private and public music practices. Građanska glazbena kultura grada Hvara u dugom 19. stoljeću, arhiv obitelji Maciedo kao izvor za privatne i javne glazbene prakse. Maya will present in Croatian, but she prepared a presentation in English. Maya. Za privatnu i javnu glazbenu praksu. Arhiv obitelji Maciedo iz Hvara, smješten u višestoljetnoj obiteljskoj kući na gradskoj rivi, vrijedan je, ali dosad nedovoljno istražen izvor za proučavanje građanske glazbene kulture u Hvaru i općenito Dalmaciji tijekom dugog 19. stoljeća. Prvi popis ovog arhiva objavljen je 1955. u okviru inventara arhiva otoka Hvara, Nike Dubokovića Nadalinija, no tada nije evidentiran svezak s muzikalijama i glazbenom dokumentacijom. Taj je dio građe naime zabilježen tek početkom 2000-ih, kada Joško Kovačić u sklopu arhivske reorganizacije registrira jedan fascikl s muzikalijama, kao i drugi, primarno s dokumentacijom glazbenog društva Società Musicale. Recentnim istraživanjem ove građe in situ uvidjela sam da se radi o građi vrijednoj daljnjeg istraživanja i obrade, koja svjedoči o višestrukoj uključenosti članova obitelji u glazbeni i institucionalni život grada Hvara, kako kroz angažman u okviru kulturnih društava, gradskih glazbi i kazališnih inicijativa, tako i kroz privatno muziciranje. Kako bismo razumjeli procese institucionalizacije glazbenog života u gradu Hvaru i ulogu pojedinih aktera, potrebno je ukratko se osvrnuti na njegov širi društveno-povijesni okvir tijekom 19. stoljeća, dugog 19. stoljeća. Godina 1797. označava kraj višestoljetne mletačke vlasti nad Dalmacijom, kada Hvar zajedno s ostatkom Dalmacije prelazi pod vlast Habsburške monarhije. Od 1806. otok se nalazi pod francuskom upravom do 1813. kada je ponovno uspostavljena austrijska vlast sve do raspada monarhije 1918. Za to vrijeme Hvar se postupno uključuje u procese modernizacije koje provodi Habsburška vlast. To se na lokalnoj razini vidi u promjenama društvene strukture, porastu političke svijesti, razvoju obrazovanja i pojavi novih kulturnih i društvenih institucija. Obrazovane i imućne građanske obitelji, poput Macijeda, postupno preuzimaju ključnu ulogu kroz političko djelovanje, obrazovne projekte i kulturna društva, čime oblikuju i naprijeđuju kulturni život zajednice. Kulturni život razvija se kroz udruge poput kazina, glazbenih društava, čitaonica i kazališnih ansambala. Ta su društva formalno nastala kao građanske inicijative, no njihovo pokretanje, kontinuitet i razvoj kroz niz desetljeća teško je zamisliti bez ključne uloge pojedinih članova obitelji Maciedo. Njihova višegeneracijska prisutnost u javnom životu Hvara, ulozi osnivača, ravnatelja, izvođača, mecena i političara, čini ih neizostavnima u institucionalnoj povijesti glazbenog i kulturnog života Hvara. Iako je obitelj Maciedo po ženskoj liniji prisutna u Hvaru od 15. stoljeća, rodonačelnikom obitelji smatra se Ivan Krstitelj Giambattista Maciedo, odvjetnik, intelektualac i prosvjetitelj. Doktorirao je pravo u Padovi 1793. da bi svoj radni vijek potom proveo u rodnom gradu, obavljajući odvjetničku praksu, ali i brojne javne i počasne dužnosti. Bio je vijećnik i predsjednik općine, član crkvovinarstva,
povjerenstva za dobrotvornost, poreznog povjerenstva, prokurator Franjevačkog samostana. Njegov kulturni angažman bio je jednako intenzivan. Bio je jedan od glavnih inicijatora osnivanja dvaju ključnih prvih kulturnih društava. Prvi je Società Casino di Lesina, klub za odmor i razonodu, čitanje novina, kartanje, plesne zabave, javna predavanja, vokalne i instrumentalne akademije. Drugi je Società del Teatro, i to je dakle kazališno društvo koje je osnovano s ciljem obnove i održavanja zgrade kao i programa Hvarskog kazališta, a time i revitalizacije društvenog i kulturnog života u Hvaru u prvim godinama nakon sloma Serenissime. O uspješnom djelovanju društva i njegovu promicanju suvremenih trendova u scenskoj umjetnosti svjedoči činjenica da je samo u sezoni 1819-1820 izvedeno više od 30 predstava, dok su se ondje nadalje, posebno tijekom druge polovice 19. stoljeća, izvodile i suvremene opere talijanskih i francuskih skladateljskih velikana, ali isto tako i one iz pera danas manje upamćenih autora. Većinu opernih izvedbi u Hvaru vjerojatno možemo pripisati gostujućim talijanskim družinama, no valja istaknuti da je u Hvarskom kazalištu povremeno nastupao i komorni orkestar sastavljen od lokalnih amaterskih glazbenika te kazališni amateri i glumci iz hvarske sredine. Amaterska glazbena djelatnost u Hvaru dobiva organizirani i institucionalizirani oblik osnutkom glazbenog društva, to će ta muzikale, iz toga gradska glazba i to limena glazba, 1842. godine, pri čemu ključnu ulogu kao jedan od osnivača i ravnatelj ima Jerolim Makjedo, koji je nakon svoga oca, Tite Makjeda, nastavlja važnu kulturnu i javnu ulogu unutar lokalne zajednice. Dodatni oblik institucionalizacije glazbenog života dolazi osnutkom filharmoničkog društva oko 1866. kojom dotadašnji amaterski orkestar dobiva trajniju organizacijsku strukturu. Društvo je djelovalo unutar kazališta, sudjelujući u organizaciji i provedbi glazbenih i plesnih priredbi. Jerolim Makjedo ostavio je značajan trag u javnoj upravi, kao pisar hvarske kulture, općinski tajnik i blagajnik te poslanik u Dalmatinskom saboru. U političkom smislu započeo je kao autonomaš, no kasnije se priklonio narodnjaštvu, što će obilježiti i njegov kulturni angažman. Osim službenih funkcija, bio je i strastveni kazališni entuzijast i amaterski glumac u hvarskom kazalištu. Zbog tadašnjeg običaja da na pozornici nastupaju isključivo muškarci, često je tumačio i ženske uloge. Jerolimovi sinovi, Josip, Giuseppe i Lauro, također su nastavili javni društveni kulturni angažman. Josip je bio pravnik i dugogodišnji općinski tajnik, dok je Lauro radio kao učitelj u Plitvama i Hvaru. Obojica su desetljećima sudjelovali u radu kulturnih i dobrotvornih udruga, poput kursalona, uresnog povjerenstva, higijeničkog društva, prvog turističkog udruženja na otoku osnovanog 1868. Isto tako, poput njegova oca i djeda, obojica su djelovali kao amaterski glumci u hvarskom kazalištu i članovi društva Società Musicale, pri čemu je Josip bio njegovim predsjednikom krajem 19. stoljeća. Iako je kazalište imalo važnu ulogu u tadašnjem kulturnom životu, glazba se nije ograničavala samo na zatvorene prostore. Ona se izvodila i na rivi, trgovima i povorkama, čime je postajala sastavni dio svakodnevnog života grada. Važnu ulogu u tim javnim prigodama imalo upravo glazbeno društvo, koje s vremenom sve više odražava i tadašnje političke podjele. Naime, 1896. dolazi do raskola i nastanka dvaju društava. Società Musicale Giovanni Francesco Biondi, koja je sklona autonomaškom krugu, i Hrvatsko glazbeno društvo Hektorović, povezano sa narodnjaštvom. U okviru potonjeg društva Hektorović 1898. osniva se i pjevačko-tamburaški sastav kojim ravna Aleksandar Posiljevac, u kojemu su se narodnjačke i prohrvatske ideje promicale kroz repertoar, sastav najviše od budnica, koračnica i plesova. Raskol u glazbenim društvima postaje simbol dublje kulturne i političke promjene, pri čemu glazba djeluje kao sredstvo izražavanja pripadnosti i ideološke orijentacije. U arhivu Makjedo sačuvana je dokumentacija vezana i uz društvo Hektorović, što nam pruža dragocjen uvid u kontinuitet glazbenog života Hvara, ali i taj ideološki zaokret građanske kulturne prakse prema narodnjačkom usmjerenju koju su predvodili Jerolim Makedo i njegov nečak Ivan Krstitelj Makedo mlađi. Oni oboje 1861. sudjeluju kao i izaslanici u političkim misijama prema Beču. Tita mlađi, školovani pravnik, istaknuo se kao gradonačelnik i saborski zastupnik, a svojim utjecajem u narodnjačkom taboru aktivno je pridonio promjeni političkog smjera grada. Njegovim utjecajem i zalaganjem za narodnjačku politiku Hvar je 1867. godine postao jedna od prvih pohrvaćenih općina u Dalmaciji. I tim smjerom nastavlja njegov sin Julije Makedo i sam kasnije hvarski gradonačelnik. Sin Laura i unuk Jerolima, dr. Jerko Makedo, djeluje kao liječnik i političar, dopredsjednik Dalmatinske vlade i član Hrvatske seljačke stranke. Iako on, poput svojih predaka, nije bio izravno uključen u djelovanja glazbenog i kazališnog društva, njegov doprinos lokalnoj kulturnoj baštini očituje se primjerice u pokretanju serije Hvarskog zbornika, posvećenog znanstvenoj obradi otočne povijesti. Isto tako, posebno se očituje upravo u njegovom predanom održavanju obiteljskog arhiva, koji, zahvaljujući svojoj dokumentarnoj vrijednosti, nadilazi privatni značaj i predstavlja važan izvor za povijest grada. Danas su vlasnici tog arhiva upravo njegovi potomci. Djelovanje obitelji Makedo tijekom 19. i početkom 20. stoljeća, kako smo vidjeli, obuhvaća širok raspon aktivnosti, dakle od kulturnih inicijativa i političkog angažmana do sudjelovanja u glazbenim, kazališnim i drugim građanskim udruženjima. Obiteljski arhiv upravo odražava tu raznolikost, uključujući i građu vezano uz glazbeno društvo, te kasnije njegov narodnjački izdanak, društvo Hektorović. U toj se građi nalaze pravilnici, repertoar, dopisi, statuti, financijski zapisi, inventari, dakle materijali koji zapravo još uvijek čekaju detaljno iščitavanje i sustavnu analizu kako bi se oblikovala potpunija slika o djelovanju samog društva, ali i šira slika kulturne, glazbene i društvene dinamike Hvara u 19. i početkom 20. stoljeća, promatrane kroz prizmu amaterskog muziciranja. Zbirka muzikalija obitelji Makedo, sačuvana u privatnom arhivu, s druge strane isto tako svjedoči o praksi kućnog muziciranja kroz posljednju četvrtinu dugog 19. stoljeća. Evidentirano je 67 jedinica sveukupno, 30 rukopisnih i 37 tiskanih, od kojih su 52 namijenjene klaviru solo, što potvrđuje dominantnu ulogu solističkog muziciranja. Od preostalih 15, 4 su za klavir četveroručno, 6 za glas i klavir, 1 za flautu ili violinu uz klavir, dok kod 4 sastav nije preciziran, ali se pretpostavlja da su korištene u salonskom kontekstu. Zastupljeni su plesni i salonski komadi kraćeg opsega, jednostavne fakture, koračnice, valceri, kvadrilje, polke, mazurke, nokturna, divertimenta itd. Ivan Vučetić, Hvaranin danas poznat svjetski kao izumitelj daktiloskopije, tijekom služenja vojske u mornarici u Puli, djelovao je, kako se potpisivao, kao bandista di marina, sudeći po njegovim potpisima i pripisima na 14 muzikalija sačuvanih u arhivu. Vučetić je prepisivao ili možda čak i prerađivao sam klavirske verzije skladbi, koji su izvorno, pretpostavljamo, pisane za limene kuhačke orkestre, koje je moguće sam upravo on izvodio u sklopu zabavnih i koncertnih večeri u Mornaričkom kazinu, koje smo vidjeli zahvaljujući kolegicama, i dakle koje je bilo središte društvenog života mornaričkih časnika i službenika. Prije svoje emigracije u Argentinu 1854. pretpostavljamo da je Vučetić dio svojih muzikalija ostavio obitelji Makedo, dakle koji su i susjedi u Hvaru, i to najvjerojatnije braći Josipu i Lauru, s kojima je surađivao u Hrvatskoj što će ta muzika. Znajući za njihovu glazbenu aktivnost, Vučetić im je moguće povjerio svoje prijepise koji su zapravo se time sačuvali u jednoj privatnoj zbirci i nastavili živjeti u kontekstu kućnog muziciranja. S tim se muzikalijama sasvim sigurno susrela, a vjerojatno i služila Bepova kći Rozina Makjedo. Potpisana je na ukupno 13 rukopisnih i tiskanih jedinica, vjerojatno kao vlasnica, iako je moguće da je neke i same prepisala. Njezini potpisi često sadrže i biljeg mjesta i godine, što nam dodatno osvjetljava kontekst korištenja te prijenosa i kolanja tog materijala. Dio muzikalija u arhiv je stigao od Remidžija Kučića, Rozinina rođaka po majci, člana još jedne ugledne hvarske obitelji Vučić, koji je takve neke rukopise Rozini darovao uz posvetu. Glazbene tiskovine iz arhiva Makjedo potječu iz razdoblja sredine do kraja 19. stoljeća. Pečati i pripisi na njima upućuju na nabavu u većim urbanim središtima poput Zadra, Trsta i Venecije. Vlasničke oznake hvarskih i vrlo vjerojatno zadarskih glazbenica, kao što je Katarina Sibikini, potvrđuju široku mrežu kolanja građe za potrebe kućnog muziciranja. I zapravo se na taj način može pratiti njezino kretanje od Zadra, Trsta, Venecije preko Pule, Jelste do Hvara, unutar obiteljskih i društvenih, a moguće i nekakvih školskih glazbenih veza. Među izdavačima su renomirane kuće, Ricordi, Luka, Kanti iz Firence, Peters iz Leipziga, Hastinger i Deča itd. A uz salonske plesne skladbe koje čine većinu, prisutne su i didaktičke Tite Černija i Bertin. Inače, zastupljenost žena, dakle vlasnica i korisnica muzikalija, jasno nam sugerira tadašnju rodnu podjelu u muziciranju. Dakle, privatnu sferu koju su njegovale uglavnom žene i javnu sferu dostupnu muškarcima. Muškarci poput Josipa i Laura Makjeda sudjelovali, ako smo vidjeli, u javnim izvedbama i kulturnom životu, dok su žene Rozina Makjedo, Karolina i Virginija Tomičić, Katarina Sibikini, koje nalazimo u arhivu, djelovale unutar kućne salonske sfere. Očitu dvosmjernost prenosa glazbe između javnog i privatnog prostora, kako ilustrira i djelovanje Ivana Vučetića, dodatno potvrđuju drugi sačuvane prijepisi u zbirci. Riječ je ponajprije o preradbama vokalnih orkestralnih skladbi, Poračnica, Kvadrilja i Valtera, koje su u obliku klavirskih izvadaka zaživjele u kućnom muziciranju. Među njima nalazimo dijela vojnih skladatelja kao Kovač, Ivanovići, Đorđeri, Sirovi, Ston, Takini i drugi, čiji su napjevi izvori, odnosno skladbe izvorno pratile javna, vojna ili društvena događanja. Njihova transpozicija u salonski format jasno pokazuje kako je glazba iz vojnih postrojbi, pa onda je preko kazina zapravo prolazila do intimne sfere salona, doma i obitelji. Sličan oblik prijenosa očituje se i u slučaju skladbi s pripisom Lezi na karnevale, recimo Valtena i Kola, dakle dijela nepoznatog autora koji su vjerojatno, možemo pretpostaviti, moguće da su bile izvođene tijekom hvarskih karnevalskih svečanosti, možda čak i u orkestralnom slogu, dakle u izvedbi ansambla Società Musicale, dok su zbirci sačuvani kao klavirski izvadci. U njima se izravno zrcali javni karnevalski repertoar, dakle u privatnom kontekstu, što dodatno naglašava tu međuovisnost javnog kućnog glazbenog života u Hvaru 19. stoljeća. I za kraj, dakle, možemo zaključiti da na primjeru arhiva obitelji Makjedo možemo pratiti kako je u Hvaru, zapravo kako se oblikovala i prenosila građanska glazbena kultura između kućnog salona i javne pozornice, između privatnog zapisa i institucionalne dokumentacije. Zbirka muzikalija jasno nam pokazuje kako su glazbeni sadržaji iz vojnih orkestara, opernih, opernetnih repertoara te javnih karnevalskih svečanosti prelazili u salone i privatnu glazbenu svakodnevnicu. Glazbeni život tog razdoblja očituje upravo to supostojanje i prožimanje privatne i javne sfere, a Makjedovi kroz svoju višegeneracijsku kulturnu uključenost sudjeluju tim prijenosima kao glazbenici, zapisivači, čuvari građe. Arhiv Makedo time se izdvaja kao iznimno vrijedan korpus koji zaslužuje dalje iscrpno istraživanje i iščitavanje, što je i planirano u okviru zacrtanih sporijih istraživačkih planova. Eto, hvala. Puno predsjedavača.
Thank you very much, Maya, for this very interesting overview of the, as you said, evolution of musical life in Hvar. I would say it was small but powerful community.
Yes.
So I'm opening discussion. One question. Okay.
Can you please highlight some of the composers from the collection?
Mostly, I think I wrote down here somewhere. It's these are the names of mostly military composers like Kovac Ivanović, Giorgieri, Sirovi, Stone. Less known composers, but there are also many notable composers of opera, such as, but of course, in arrangements for piano. For example, Verdi or Bellini and these mainstream opera excerpts.
Yes, Ivanović is well known.
Okay, yes, sorry, yes, I know Ivanović. Yeah,
probably the most played military.
Yeah, okay, yeah, okay. Okay, hvala.
Thank you, Maya, once again. And now I will read you the paper of Christian Martinez Vega, the Bourgeois Canon of Chamber Music Societies, Austro-German repertoires, a path to aristocratic power in the 19th century. So, the Bourgeois Canon of Chamber Music Societies, Austro-German repertoires, a path to aristocratic power in the 19th century. Quote, there are three kinds of aristocracy: natural, elective, and hereditary. The first exists only among simple or primitive peoples. The third represents the worst form of government. The second, elective aristocracy, is the best and is properly speaking true aristocracy. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, The Social Contract. When studying musical canon, musicologists often ask what, not who, shaped it. Current approaches may prioritize ideological contracts over a general theory, often at the expense of agency. Sela Sheffi has even argued the study of the canon remains trapped in a reductive binary of power versus resistance and overly moralistic in character. Yet such criticism rarely interrogates how power was constituted in the first place. I focus on the canon's historical construction of power. To this end, I examine bourgeois chamber music societies as case studies and seek to identify its human agents. Previous taxonomic approaches to studying canon formation risk reifying the canon as an inventory of works, rather than objectifying its social role. Since the 1990s, musicologists, most notably William Weber, have proposed viewing not a single but multiple canons defined by genre, audience, etc. He justified this view based on this historical understanding. Quote, musical life expanded in both economic and aesthetic terms, creating a set of separate worlds governed by contrasting taste and cultural authority. These cultural worlds developed separate canons and canonic repertoires which interacted through competing ideologies. End of quote. Even if Weber is correct in showing how bourgeois society splintered into distinct categories, should its musicology be stratified, becoming diverse, particular, but separate from each other, or could particularity construct the universal? I argue that despite their distinct canons, those social worlds were all shaped by a single agent, the people changing culture. One should not conflate the effort to develop a universal theory of the canon with the work of scholars like Harold Bloom and Georg Steiner, who defended not canonicity, but a singular list that celebrates the great composer, particularly the first Viennese school. Instead, I align with Jim Sampson in locating the human agency for canon formation within the bourgeois class. In defining the canon, Sampson identifies its social agency as follows, quote, "A canon is a term used to describe a list of composers or works assigned value and greatness by consensus. A newly consolidated bourgeois class began to define itself artistically in the late 18th century, institutionalizing its musical life in a manner independent of sacred and courtly life. It established its principal ceremony, the public concert, in the major cities of England, France, and Central Europe, and it began to create a repertory of classical music with related concert rituals to confirm and authenticate the new status quo. By the mid-19th century, it had already established much of the core repertory of the modern canon, in the process giving itself cultural roots, inventing tradition and creating a fetishism of the great work which is still with us today. The practical and ideological force of the canon, the German canon in particular, was already apparent in the 19th century. Practically, it allowed the significant to push into obscurity the only marginally less significance, end of quote. It may be that the bourgeoisie held this agency in canonization, but the question remains, who within that class enabled its power? In the absence of clearly identifiable individuals behind canonization, a clarification some might deem impractical, the canon becomes obscured and agency appears to belong to the canon itself rather to people than to people. I interpret this tendency to the process of reification. This resonates with one of J.H. Lukács' central arguments in the phenomenon of reification. Quote, "Commodity fetishism's basis is that a relation between people takes on the character of a thing, reification from res, the Latin word for thing, and thus acquires a phantom objectivity, an autonomy that seems so strictly rational and all-embracing as to conceal every trace of its fundamental nature, the relation between people," end of quote. The canon functions as a reification of music. It makes human something that is in essence not human, a social construct. For Adorno, bourgeois musicians were central agents in reifying music, navigating both the tangible, sensual appeal of music and the abstraction inherent in its reification. Through reification, music is given a kind of life that obscures the historical and ideological of its agents, thereby raising a fundamentally epistemological question about canon. To develop a more systematic framework for analyzing agency in public concerts and canonicity, I draw on Bruno Latour's actor network theory, ANT. This methodology uncovers inner workings of these networks and key agents, particularity, their leaders, and other obligatory points of passage. ANT is a methodological framework that treats both people, human actors, and objects, ideas, or the immaterial, non-human actors as agents within a network. Canon formation is understood as a process of translation which unfolds in 4 stages. The first one, problematization. An actor defines a problem and positions their solution as essential. Interessement. The actor recruits others by aligning their interests with the proposed solution. The third one, enrollment. Roles and relationships are formally defined and accepted by the actors. And the last one, the mobilization. The network operates cohesively with actors actively reinforcing and spreading the shared vision. From private to public, chamber music societies. To examine this, I analyze 3 initially private and then public chamber music institutions as case studies in this chapter. The Musical Union in London, the Sociedad de Cuartetos in Madrid, and Société Nationale de Musique in Paris. London, the Musical Union, from 1845 until 1880, founded by violinist John Ella, The Musical Union was a subscription-based chamber music concert society that promoted an image of cultural refinement via the Austro-German canon, especially the works of Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven. Ella exercised considerable agency in curating repertoire, controlling performance practices, and shaping audience reception. The problematization stage began with Ella's identification of a cultural crisis. Music in Britain, he believed, was becoming cheapened by mass entertainment. To resolve this, he positioned the Musical Union as a sanctuary of purity and seriousness in art. As Bashford notes, this sacralization of secular art elevated canonical repertoire into something morally superior, refined it as timeless and inherently valuable. The Interessement stage saw Ella aligning the interests of elite foreign musicians, critics, aristocrats, and concert goers. Foreign virtuosi like Joseph Joachim, Henri Botam, and Henry Wieniawski were central to the union's prestige despite the public's suspicion of foreign artists. Their performance of Austro-German repertoire in elite settings appealed to London's aristocracy, who supported the union both financially and socially to distinguish themselves from the rising working classes. The participation of the Duke of Cambridge, the Earl of Westmoreland, and other aristocrats transformed the society into a symbol of aristocratic refinements. Simultaneously, Ella elevated the social standing of musicians by associating them with aristocratic patrons, thus reinforcing the canon's function through proximity to power. In the enrollment phase, Ella assigned roles to key patrons, performers, and critics. Institutional exclusivity was reinforced by membership rules and invitation-only events, which imbued the musical union with a sense of ritualistic elitism. The mobilization of the musical union network ensured its durability and influence. Ella limited journalistic voices to those supportive of the union's goals, such as George Hogarth, while dissenters like Henry Chorley and Davison were excluded. This strategy maintained a favorable public image. Commendations from figures like Hanslick, Berlioz, and Jenny Lind bolstered its legitimacy. This network operated not only as a musical society, but also as a social public apparatus that mediated class identity for the Victorian bourgeoisie. Led by Jesus de Monasterio, the Sociedad de Cuartetos aimed to educate Spanish audiences through regular chamber concerts that overwhelmingly featured Austro-German composers. The Sociedad de Cuartetos de Madrid played a pivotal role in shaping Spanish court culture and taste in the 19th century by institutionalizing the Austro-German chamber music canon. The Sociedad acted as both a cultural reform project and a vehicle for social modernization. Through educational programming, curated repertoire, critical engagement, and performances of high standard, the Sociedad elevated national progress and helped integrate the Madrileñan bourgeoisie to the rest of Europe. The problematization phase began with identifying a gap in Spanish cultural life, the absence of a market for serious music. Música sabia. They framed this gap as a reflection of Spain's stagnation relative to Europe, proposing canonized chamber music as a corrective. Critics, notably Antonio Peña Igoni and Vicente Cuenca, were instrumental in articulating this problem to the public. They linked support for Austro-German repertoire to broader civic ideals, especially at a time when the aristocracy's cultural authority was waning. They also played a strategic role in shaping the institution's legitimacy, presenting its mission and both aesthetic and political. The Interessement phase involved aligning various actors, musicians, educators, patrons, and audiences with the Sociedad goals. The Sociedad capitalized on this moment, appealing to elite audiences through prestigious private venues and later transitioning to ticket public concerts to expand its reach. Enrollment was achieved through the internal structuring of the musicians. Monasterio defined roles, compensation, and artistic hierarchy, stabilizing relationships among ensemble members and audiences. This codified leadership and internal consistency helped the Sociedad function. Additional musicians were brought in as needed, but always within clearly defined artistic and financial frameworks. The mobilization of the network was reflected in its adaptive strategies to maintain cohesion. It responded to financial instability through venues changes, regional tours, and adjusted programming, including Spanish works during moments of heightened nationalism. The Sociedad also cultivated a sustainable pipeline of musicians and maintaining close ties with the aristocracy, namely Maria Cristina Isabella II, Prince Adalbert of Bavaria, as well as the House of Alba and House of Benavente. Ultimately, the Sociedad de Cuartetos de Madrid was both a cultural and political institution, much like the musical union, led by strategic agents who used Austro-German repertoire to align Spanish music with European bourgeois standards. The institution's legacy lies in its successful integration of aesthetic aristocratic ideas with national aspirations. Paris, La Société Nationale de Musique, founded in 1871 in the aftermath of the Franco-Prussian War, the Société emerged as a response to a crisis of national identity and cultural prestige. Camille Saint-Saëns and Romain Boussine established the institution with a clear nationalist agenda, encapsulated in its motto Ars Gallica, which aimed to promote French composers and counterbalance the dominance of Austro-German music. This marked an initial moment of problematization and at the same time the loss of Alsace-Lorraine and the symbolic strength of German culture. Institutions led the CNM's founders to define a mission centered on cultural restoration. The interment phase began with the alignment of composers, performance, and audiences with the nationalist aims of Ars Gallica. Composers such as César Franck, Gabriel Fauré, and Edouard Lalo were enrolled into this network that rewarded musical seriousness, aesthetic refinement, and national affiliation. This approval-based membership system further reinforced these ideals, tying participation to adherence to the network's ideological commitments. Vincent Dindy transformed the CNM from a nationalist institution into a gatekeeper of conservative musical venues, marginalizing innovative composers. Although the society claimed to serve national interests, it effectively reinforced the authority of German canon, embedding it into French cultural life as a model of seriousness and tradition. However, this alignment was not stable. In the mid-1880s, a second moment of problematization emerged, culminating in the resignation of Saint-Saëns and Boussine in 1886. The rise of the Frankists, led by Vincent Dindy, signaled a shift from nationalism to a more conservative and syncopating organization. Drawing on Austro-German aesthetics and the legacy of César Franck, the Dindy and his allies redefined the CNM's goals, challenging its founding principles while maintaining the framework of a serious musical canon. Vincent Dindy was born into an old French noble family, with ancestors serving under both Napoleon and during the Bourbon Restoration. Though he downplayed his aristocratic roots, he cultivated the image of a self-made professional to align with the bourgeois values shaping the CNM. In contrast, key CNM figures like Saint-Saëns, Franck, and Fauré came from the educated bourgeoisie, not the aristocracy. Enrollment of new actors under Dindy further transformed the CNM's political function. The Société became a platform not of cultural resistance, but of cultural mediation, blending French nationalist ambition with difference to Austro-German models. However, the CNM's inability to fully achieve mobilization despite its endurance reflects the challenges of maintaining cohesion in a network marked by ideological and political divisions. And conclusion, canon formation was not abstract but enacted by people within cultural networks. This chapter frames chamber music societies and as instruments of bourgeois self-legitimation, gaining cultural power through interaction with the declining aristocracy. It explores how concert rituals, institutional control, and Austro-German repertoire canonization enabled the shift from private practice to public dominance. This shared aesthetic reified the canon's socio-political function, driven by agents like Ella, Monasterio, and Bindi. As bourgeois society evolved, it lost control over meaning, with culture becoming the new arbiter. Postmodernist musicology often treats the canon as a tool of power to overcome, but theorizing it requires returning to an understanding of the bourgeois agents who shaped it. So, since that's a plot for Mr. Vega. Okay. Well, we can go on, continue. And now I'm inviting our third paper, and that is Lorenzo Santoro. He will present us his paper, 1797, Conjura Visioniana, Opera and National Education in the Contingencies of the Italian Jacobin Republic.
Thank you so much for this invitation. I appreciated very much all the talks I've heard today and yesterday. I'm very happy to be here in Zagreb, and I'd like to insist that my approach to the question of bourgeois culture is aimed to the idea to highlight the discontinuities between aristocratic culture and bourgeois culture. My field of study, Italian history, is maybe very interesting in this regard because it's a culture very ancient, but with a lot of changes within. So, what I like to say is that music. We are all engaged in analyzing music and music opera and text related to music. Is a performance in a public space. This public space is continually changing in Italy between the aristocratic period and the emerging of a new democratic venue, democratic society. Bourgeoisie is not only, well, Marxists say that the property of a means of production, but also in all European settling, all the people living in the city, in the urban environment. So we have to be very careful in analyzing the reference culture of bourgeoisie. In my case, I want to investigate a very specific libretto, a very specific opera, the Congiura Pisoniana. This is the libretto. You can give a look to this very interesting libretto, who was performed in 1797 in Milan. This libretto was written by Francesco Salvi, who's a patriot from Calabria, who joined the political and cultural life of the Jacobin Republic of Milan. You know that the Republic in Milan existed just thanks to Napoleon and French invasion that conquered northern Italy. So Italian patriots were out of blue engaged in an extraordinary experience to invent a new culture. They need to be new. They need to be alternative in respect to the previous government, cultural government. So this is maybe one of the few documents we have concerning this approach to music and to literature, focus to music and literature, because this Jacobin Republic lasted just 3 years. What we know is that, for sure, Italian patriots who capitalized the Napoleon invasion lacked widespread support among the urban and rural population. What happened in that period is that maybe artists and intellectuals were engaged in French ideals. It was the idea to put in practice the French ideals coming from the French Revolution. I'm speaking about Rousseau, Diderot, as well the ideas of the Italian Enlightenment. And so they decided to project a new literature, a new music, and a new opera in this context. What I already worked in this subject. I've written a book entitled "Music and Politics in Italian Environment" in Italian some years ago. What I found out that in the first years of the Jacobin Republic, patriots were really doubtful to invest in music concerning the public spaces. I'm speaking about, especially about the problem of music in public holidays and public rituals. The point is, as you know, that music, and especially art music, was so connected to aristocratic culture. It was very hard to imagine a new way to deal with music. If you hear an interview that the German composer Lachenmann made some years ago concerning his education with Luigi Nono, was very significant. The fact that already in the 50s, Nono pointed out that was impossible to write music for trumpet because trumpet is too much bourgeois. I mean, we know that maybe trumpet was not bourgeois, but was linked to the aristocratic and monarchic way to control the public spaces. That was a problem for the patriot in Italy already in 18th century. The idea of Salvi, the writer who produced this opera, was to work in the direction signaled by the French author Gabriel Marie Legouvé. who wrote Epicaris and Neron or Conspiration pour la Liberté. You know that French patriots were engaged in reworking Roman symbolism, Roman Republican symbolism in the direction of educating people, the people in the contingency of French Revolution. This idea was in some way took by our Salvi. This libretto, this material item, this edition is very important in order to analyze these efforts. You know that traditionally libretto is very important in order to offer an idea what of the opera, of the work, and also all the sociability within the first performance. You know that in this libretto, for example, you can find out the name of the composer. It was Angelo Tacchi, a composer already involved in the Metastasio tradition, worked in the courts in Vienna. So the point is, this work maybe needs to be taken into account as something totally different from the operatic tradition until Metastasio tradition. And we don't find out an introduction and a very simple edition with all the dialogues, naturally. What we in any case, this Pisonian conspiracy is very important. We say not all, in order to address the target. For bourgeoisie, I am intending here in this period, 1797, not only the city bureaucracy, also the people, the common people, the petty bourgeoisie who had played such an important role a few years earlier in Paris. So out of blue, Italian writers, artists, intellectuals knew that the language of political reflection and revolution needs to be adapted in this new situation for all the everyday people, not just for intellectuals or artists already familiar with this with the idea of politics. So when Salvi is creating an opera, he must inevitably follow a tradition that originated in the courts and deal with his greatest theorist, I mean Metastasio, who was also the main writer and librettist. Such vocabulary of freedom deals with republican virtues. This was produced in a substantial attempt to illustrate the virtues of the citizen. This public sphere is a new dimension. We are talking about the representation in theater. In Italy, there is still no a system of theaters as in 19th century, and in the next opera tradition will be important. So we note, analyzing the libretto, the first idea, we are talking about drama for music. So an opera in which the communal, the communitarian dialogic dimension is prioritized. So there is no space for solo, for abrupt passage from recitativo to cantando, in order to highlight, to stress the point of these new virtues has to be produced in the communitarian field, in the public space. Something about the plot. The stage, this Congiura is attempt to individuate the terms of a dictatorship as the famous Nero one, and an attempt of murdering Nero, which was discovered, and most of the patriots were killed. But at the same time, there is an utopian finale in which all the conspiracy find a success. Nero's main characters and opponents are Piso and Echarides, a man and a woman. So I mean, Echarides is a woman of Greek origin and represents in some way also the Greek philosophy, the Greek wisdom. From where the idea of revolt and conspiracy starts. Echarides gives his definition of humanity at the beginning of the work, explaining not only the strengths of the example of the Roman Republic, but also the reason why it was lost in history. She says, I breathe the soul, and me, Roman, makes that virtue, which every Roman does not feel. If I was not born a Roman, at least I will die worthy daughter of Rome. This is the idea here. Is all these rhetorical attempts is I made, in my opinion, to offer this idea of Roma as a perfect reference point for the new contingencies of the Jacobean Republic, but at the same time, so I'm speaking about Roma in a sort of nationalistic sense. Or in all the libretto, okay, in all the libretto there is this idea that Roma is already Italy. We are already in Risorgimento concerning these issues. So there is a tradition was lost, was in the history, but we are able to take some this tradition and produce a new political phenomenon. So the killing of Nero is planned by Piso and the Echarides to be carried out in the circus, and we are again in a situation in which the public spaces are so important, while circus offered opportunities to reflect about the importance of national education. The Greek citizen and the Roman wants to carry out the attack alone. But the Pisan reply is it's impossible to defeat the authoritarian regime, the tradition of oppression with these solitary acts. It needs a communitarian approach, a new communitarian approach on virtues. So the idea behind the libretto and the story is that is necessary a new union of the people based on sentiments, and at the same time the raison, the rejection of individualism and solidarity action of the single conspirators. This performance in Milan in 1797 the great success, but some patriots produced in some way negative reviews. Amongst them Matteo Galdi, who in some way in the journals published at the time criticized the idea to insist in this Roman rhetorics. Okay. So in my opinion, this libretto, this story offers a precious insight in the analysis of music in this new situation, this new dimension propelled by bourgeois culture at the beginning of the bourgeois culture. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much for this very interesting analysis and for the interruptions. I think that we have time just for one question. So please, if you have any, share with us. Yes, please.
Thank you for your presentation. Do you know other operas in Italy in that time, which are at the same politic underground about this French occupation?
There are not so many opera produced in this period, just 3 years. Then Milano, we was back to Austrian Empire. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much once again. And I'm now inviting our last speaker, Maruša Zupancic, and she will present us her paper From Salons to Public Venues, Gender Differences to Piano Performances in Ljubljana up to 1830. Maruša, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I promise I'll try to be quick as possible. So, in the early 19th century Ljubljana, music was more than just art. It was social currency. For men and women, the piano offered both refinement and opportunity. But as I will show, access to public musical life was far from equal, and gender played a central role in shaping who performed, where, and how their performances were received. This paper examines how both male and female pianists participated in musical life and how their roles, opportunities, and visibility were shaped by social norms, performance spaces, and the rise of the bourgeoisie. At the turn of the 19th century, the rise of the bourgeoisie played a key role in transforming musical life across Central Europe. Music began to move out of aristocratic salons into semi-public and public venues, supported by the growth of musical societies. Terms like professional, connoisseur, and dilettante reflected not only musical roles, but also social class and gender. However, opportunities were not distributed equally. Public performance was increasingly associated with men, while women were expected to remain within the more private and controlled settings of the home or salon. Music offered bourgeois youth a path into elite society. Women were expected to cultivate refinement, graceful piano or vocal performance, while men used music strategically, often to gain scholarships or professional connections. Yet, while both genders used music to advance socially, only men were encouraged to do so as professionals. This was not an unspoken norm. It was clearly understood and openly discussed at the time. One newspaper article from the period discussing music in Vienna puts it plainly. Here's how it described the expectations for young women and men. Every proper young lady, whether she has talent or not, must learn to play the piano or sing. First, because it's fashionable. Second, and here comes the spirit of calculation, because it's the most convenient way to present herself attractively in society, and thereby, if fortune favors her, secure a desirable, preferably wealthy match. Young men must also learn music. First, because it's expected and fashionable, and second, because it helps them gain favor in refined circles. Experience show that quite a few, at least here, have played their way into the good graces of a rich wife or a lucrative position. Students without money often get by thanks to their musical skills. They receive scholarships and appointments. If someone wants to become a lawyer, he uses music, playing everywhere, to build a network of acquaintances and connections. The same goes for aspiring doctors. The piano became a tool of social mobility and a marker of feminine cultivation. Salons allowed women to perform without transgressing social norms, though some ventured into more visible venues, subscription concerts, academies, and even public halls. Especially among bourgeois women, access to better training blurred the boundary between dilettante and professional status. In Vienna, data from 1796 shows a sharp divide. The majority of pianists were women. However, of 42 women pianists, only 5 were professionals. Among 25 men, most were professionals. Female pianists were praised for grace and expressive touch, while male performers were associated with ambition and virtuosity, traits that define the professional ideal. By 1823, 61 women were performing as singers and pianists in the Society of Friends of Music, yet professional recognitions remain rare. There is no evidence that noble men played the piano in Ljubljana salons, as it was considered a feminine pursuit. Noble women, on the other hand, often played the harpsichord or piano in elite gatherings, especially those hosted by Baron Žiga Zois. They performed sonatas, sonatinas, minuets, and concertos. From the 1790s, some noble women also began performing in semi-public spaces like academies, gaining modest visibility outside the home. In the late 18th and early 19th century Ljubljana, the piano became a central symbol of bourgeois life. It symbolized refinement, education, and was often tied to social mobility, especially for girls. Girls were taught piano privately by seasonal theater musicians or teachers from cities like Vienna or Prague, while boys could also attend public music schools. These private lessons for girls were governed by prevailing ideals of propriety. Advertisements from the period often specified that lessons would be held separately for boys and girls and in the presence of the teacher's wife to ensure appropriate supervision. In 1823, Friederike Benesch from Vienna broke new ground in Ljubljana by publicly advertising piano lessons intended only for girls. Local women also composed light salon pieces for piano. In the 1830s, some local dilettante female pianists began to study with the best piano teachers in Vienna. In Ljubljana salons, public piano music reflected gender roles and followed popular trends shaped by bourgeois dance and the city's theatrical scene. Women mostly played light piano pieces, such as variations on operatic themes, waltzes, Deutsche dances, four-hand arrangements, sonatas, and chamber music. These works were widely available and could be purchased from local music dealers, composers' homes, the theater box office, and even pharmacies. One of the most important publications for female pianists in the early 19th century was the Musikalisches Damenjournal, published in Vienna between 1818 and 1821 by Maximilian Josef Leidesdorff. It was also available in Ljubljana. The journal offered simplified piano arrangements of operatic and theatrical music, specifically aimed at dilettante women performing in salons. Local composers often dedicated piano pieces, especially social dance music, to women. These dedications served both as tribute to female performers and as a signal that the music was intended for this important female audience. In addition to local women, elite salons in Ljubljana also hosted guest pianists. Frank Xaver Mozart and Maximilian Josef Leidesdorff both performed in these private gatherings, linking Ljubljana's musical life to wider European networks. The Philharmonic Society, founded in 1794 in Ljubljana, created new semi-public spaces for musical participation. Although the society was open to all social classes and permitted women to perform, they could join only as active participants, not as listeners, a privilege reserved only for men. By 1805, 11 of its 134 members were women, pianists and singers from the aristocracy. Over time, more bourgeois women eventually formed the majority. Events were held in venues such as the Deutsches Ordenhaus and Redutensaal, and only rarely in the State's theater, offering women some visibility beyond private salons, even though access to these spaces remained shaped by gender. The very first guest pianist to perform in Ljubljana was just 19 years old Johann Nepomuk Hummel, who played there in 1796. The only pianist known to have performed publicly at the State Theater during musical interludes between theatrical acts was just 9 years old local girl Anna Hertzum, the daughter of a Czech music teacher who later became a very known local piano virtuoso. In 1829, she appeared with the orchestra performing a piano concerto by Hummel. Between 1816 and 1830, women dominated Ljubljana's piano stage. During this period, we can document 95 performances where the performers are noted by names and also by gender. Of these, 83 among them were women, mostly dilettantes. Many debuted in their early teens, typically between the ages of 12 and 14, so before they were introduced to the society. Some of them gained local recognition, but most stopped performing publicly after marriage. In contrast, the men who performed in Ljubljana were fewer and typically older, usually in their 20s and 30s. Most were professional or touring artists, among them Johann Peter Pixis, Frank Xaver Mozart, and Maximilian Josef Leidesdorff. One exception was the local male dilettante Karl Ulefic, who debuted at the age of 14 with a demanding repertoire and later became one of the first Slovene political representatives in Vienna. The only touring female piano virtuoso to perform in Ljubljana during this period, Leopoldine Blahetka, was 20 years old, noticeably older than most of the local female dilettante pianists. There were, at this time, no local professional pianists, virtuosos, male or female, in Ljubljana. When we look at the repertoire from 1816 to 1830, we find no fundamental differences between male and female pianists in the repertoire they played. The more significant divide was between professionals and dilettantes, not in terms of the difficulty of the repertoire they played, but mainly how many pieces they played at one concert and whether they played their own compositions. Dilettantes, regardless of gender, typically performed only a single piece per concert. Their works were rooted in the salon tradition and included chamber music like piano trios, four-hand works, and accompanied duos with flute or violin. This format not only reflected their social context, but also aligned with contemporary ideas of musical refinement. Female dilettante pianists in particular embrace ensemble playing. They often performed with other women on piano or male violinists in balanced duos. An 1817 review praised a young girl's interpretation of Ari's trio, highlighting her precise and delicate touch and the well-deserved applause she received. Interestingly, girls were also among the first to perform piano concertos publicly in Ljubljana. At just 14, Julia Kogel played with orchestra two movements from a Hummel concerto in 1817, described as a mark of her advancing art education. These performances signaled a transition from private cultivation to public recognition. Virtuosos, on the other hand, favored technically demanding solo pieces, often their own compositions. But all of them, women and men, professionals and dilettantes, played with orchestra, concertos, and variations by Viennese composers such as Hummel, Czerny, and Kalkbrenner. Although music criticism in early 19th century Ljubljana was still in its infancy, newspaper reviews of piano performances already reveal clear gender patterns. Local female dilettantes received frequent and detailed praise, often highlighting refinement, sensitivity, and expressive playing, traits tied to ideal of femininity. Male professional performance, when reviewed at all, were usually praised for technical skill and virtuosity. Women were rarely labeled virtuosas. The only exception was the rare case of Friederike Benesch in 1823. Porn stars like Maximilian Josef Leidesdorf or Leopoldine Blachetka were often mentioned just briefly, while local girls received more extensive coverage, suggesting a mix of local pride and social strategy. In conclusion, in early 19th century Ljubljana, the rise of the bourgeoisie transformed musical life. The piano became a central symbol of refinement, especially for women, and salon culture offered them spaces to perform. Women dominated semi-public piano performance, particularly as dilettantes, while men had greater access to professional training and public careers. Interestingly, local female dilettantes received more attention in the press than male pianists. Reviews praised women for their sensitivity and expressiveness, while male performers were celebrated for their virtuosity. Overall, gender shaped not only who performed and where, but also how their music was received. Women were visible, but rarely equal. Their contributions were central to Ljubljana's piano culture, even as access to public musical life remained uneven. Women were only permitted to join the Philharmonic Society as listeners starting in 1849. In the 1830s and 1840s, local female dilettante pianists in Ljubljana were the first to perform the virtuosic works of Chopin and Liszt, while male virtuosos continued for a while to focus primarily on their own compositions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marioša, for this great presentation. I think that we have time for 2, maybe 3 questions, please. Yeah, thank you very much. It was an excellent paper, well presented, and a wonderful research in the back. And everything what you said about Laibach, Ljubljana, is the same in a grand scale in Vienna. So
Yeah.
it was really more or less the same. What I would like to add is you are now concentrated on piano, and the area where women had a better standing was singing, because they needed female voices for the repertoire. So there was no competition with men who had their own roles there. And it's typical that the first teacher in the conservatory of in Vienna was Anna Fröhlich, who was a singing teacher, and she had a singing class with only women in the class.
Yeah.
So here were chances for women, but they had the same problem. As soon as they got into marriage, they often had to stop. Yeah. Thank you again.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very interesting. Just a small question concerning the number of pianists in Vienna in 1796. Yeah, if I consider well, there were only 67 professionals and non-professionals alike. And that seems really few to me. So I don't know where the numbers come from. Just a
Yes,
curiosity.
this is from the Jahrbuch der Kunst von Wien und Prague from 1796, Schoenfeld's. Okay. I can show you later.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. I'd like to ask you, could you tell me something about the production of the salon music in Laibach during that period, music publishing and female pianist composers?
Yeah, I presented part of this already in Marco's paper. There were local composers who were writing this salon music, mostly dance music, and they dedicated these pieces to local women, and they were printing also in Vienna. Yeah, but they were mostly local composers. Also, many of them were dilettantes. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Marusha, I have just two very short questions. You mentioned public music school. When was it open? And
1816 was the first
was
one.
it open for the girls?
No, not for the girls. A little bit later, only girls singing could attend, but pianists not. Pianists
During the whole 19th century.
the late 19th century, girls could start to attend public music schools.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
As pianists, as singers,
Yeah.
much earlier, already in the 20s, 1820s, they started.
Yeah. Any other question? Okay, so thanks again for a wonderful presentation. Thank you all for your attention, and it is lunchtime. We will see back at 3 o'clock. Enjoy.
Excuse me. I have this afternoon my presentation. Can I copy onto the desktop? Didn't you already put it? Oh. No. I don't have time. What's your name, please? You can do like Okay. Interpretation 10. Gdje je čaj ili? Okay, we shall now try it without USB to see if everything works. Here you go. Perfect. Is okay? Yeah, everything is okay. Okay.
Rafael, ali samo je pitanje znači onih prezentacija sa YouTube-a, videa sa YouTube-a.
Pa nek me ona pita ako vide s detalje. Yes, I'm listening.
I sent you
No, I didn't receive it. A, sutra, ajde da vidimo. Ček. Sutra, 11. Freiberg, Mazur, Perić. Mazur, okay. Okay. And let's see what.
leads oh yes.
Okay. You want to. Okay, we should Then use it like this.